So IIBA-BABOK guide compiled of, so these business analysts, they compiled this information. They started having interactions with various organizations, all forward-looking growth mindset organization. And they started having communications or they started engaging these business analysts, business system analysts, project managers, subject matter experts, quality assurance analysts, and anyone that was part and parcel of the project team, including the product owners and other folks. And they said, we want to put this practice together. We want to build a guide, just like what exists for project management. And we need help. We want to hear from you, your practice of business analysis. And they went around in the US and Canada. It was kind of like designed here, built here. So they went around and they compiled information. And they formed common understanding on principles of business analysis. So I will remind you here. This is, don't treat it as literature. These are principles, right? So BABOK guide is based on principles of business analysis. That's why, business analysis. That's why you would hear the governing body, IIBA, they continue to communicate to practitioners that these are principles. And based on your organization, you must look at these principles, tailor and customize them to the needs of your organization. IIBA clearly states this, that we're not here to teach you business analysis. You're doing this in your organizations and are doing this so well. You have found that sweet spot of this discipline. So we are not here to tell you that this is, take this, lift this, and shift it in your organization. We want you to tailor it, customize it, look at some of these principles, compare it with your own practice and see what the gaps are, and maybe leverage content from here and standardize your practice. Principles of business analysis should be used to standardize our practice. You know, until and unless there will be no standardization, you will see one BA doing business analysis X way, the other BA doing it Y way, and how are we going to learn, right? Learning and the process of learning will be considerably slowed down. And we do not want that, especially in one of the largest banks in Canada. We continue to stay where we are or just forge ahead and become a global bank. So as a business analyst, it is very important to have these conversations among each other and see if there is an opportunity to standardize the practice. So IIBA is a set of principles. Last week, I didn't talk about it because I thought too much information is no information. So today, we are going to progressively elaborate on what we learned. And we will always, so my way is that we always look back, right? You continue to hike upwards, but you always turn back and look at your path. Because sometimes we continue to go up and we continue to forget what happened in the past. So we don't want to do that. Maybe it's only 5 days, but in 5 days, we'll continue to reflect on what happened last week. So principles of business analysis were put together in BABOK guide. And they said, we will have 3 core knowledge areas. So look, we are going to use this language from today. I'm not going to say lessons. After today, I'm going to stop saying lessons. We'll say knowledge areas, right? So they formed this guide, and in the guide, they created the core of the guide. Some of the practitioners who have written CBAP exam, they do not know this yet. They memorized the content, wrote the CBAP exam, and really delivered no value from this. Just getting CBAP certified is not, I don't consider getting CBAP certified something of value if we are not applying it. The idea is application, right? So application of the standard would happen when we understand how the standard was designed. So the standard is designed based on 3 core areas. And the three core areas start with strategy, analysis, requirement analysis, and design, definition, and finally, solution evaluation. And these three core areas are lesson 6, lesson 7, and lesson 8. So this is what BABA Guide actually is, the three core areas: strategy analysis, lesson 6, lesson 7, requirement analysis, and lesson 8, solution evaluation. As per IIBA, this is our function. This is our function. But to be successful in these three core areas that we are right now maybe part of, or maybe at some point of time we may become part of. I tell business analysts that some of the business analysts in my company would say, when would I become a project manager, right? My answer to them is business analysis is in itself is a career module. It's a vertical in itself. Why do you want to go sideways here? Why don't you just continue to grow? Because a good business analyst can become a lead business analyst. A lead business analyst could lead other business analysts, or may become a subject matter expert or a product owner. It's a vertical in itself. If you see in RBC, they've created this nice vertical. And there is this career path that exists for a business analyst. You just do not need to take this sideways move, right? So business analysts who become subject matter experts get an opportunity to work at the highest level in the organization, where they work with leadership and advise them and provide recommendation on what would be the right opportunities to pursue. I think that's a great role. That's a great role where you start interacting with leadership. So as a business analyst right now in our career, this is where we are. Whatever is highlighted in green is what we do: requirement analysis and design, and we evaluate the solution once it is put in production, right? Strategy, we may not be there yet. We are now working as an enterprise business analyst right now. So this is the core. Now, three core areas. Now, to work well, now hear this well, to work well in these three core areas of BABA Guide, we need some competencies. We need to have some competency, right? One of the competency is your ability to communicate. My boss in 1998, when I became a business analyst, said, "You're just too shy." You can't be shy when you're a business analyst. You got to start talking. You got to start asking questions. Otherwise, how would you cover unsaid or implied requirements? How are you going to uncover them? You got to start asking questions. Your opinion matters, right? So three core areas, and one of the competency is business analysts' ability to extract information and collaborate with stakeholders. This is our bread and butter, actually. This is what we do. Whether you are working here as an enterprise business analyst, or you are working here in your change initiative and gathering requirements and decomposing these requirements, or you're working here as part of solution evaluation, trying to evaluate the solution to see if it met the business need or not. Whatever area you're working in here in three areas, one of the competency that you need is your ability to draw out information, not go out there and gather information, right? We don't gather information. Subject matter experts, they're not heard that you just go gather information from them. You go and extract information by collaborating with them. One of the competencies. The other area that we need to have extensive knowledge in or extensive knowledge of is understanding the requirement life cycle in your organization. What is the requirement life cycle in my organization? What happens when from origination of a requirement to the day it gets implemented? That's what requirement life cycle is, folks, right? The other day, I have a team of BAs that work in CIBC Bank. They're asking some of the BAs and say like, hey guys, what do you think is the requirement life cycle? People were struggling to answer that question. What is the requirement life cycle? Then I felt, well, it doesn't look like we all work in the same organization. And we had a training on Saturday on requirement life cycle management, understanding the requirement life cycle from origination of requirement to its implementation. And what happens to requirement from this journey from origination to its implementation. Origination, the day you extract requirement, to its implementation, the day it becomes part of the solution, is requirement life cycle. And requirements go through various forms, shapes during this journey from the beginning to the end. And that's what is BABOK has presented principles of requirement life cycle. Your organization may have some of these principles and may have some additional principles. So you could just compare both and see, is there any gap? And if we leverage something from BABOK guide, this lesson, requirement life cycle management, would we benefit? Is there a benefit, right? So then BABOK guide they said, well, we'll call this elicitation and collaboration. We'll call it lesson 6.4 and lesson 5, requirement lifecycle management. So here you go. We said 3 core areas. To work in these 3 core areas, to generate value for our stakeholders while working in the 3 core areas, lesson 6, 7, and 8, which forms the core of BABOK guide, it is very important for a business analyst to develop this competency of elicitation and collaboration. It's not just like, how do you capture requirements? That's not the idea of business analysis. The question in the interview, how do you capture requirements? Sometimes the interviewer doesn't know themselves. It's not capture anymore. The world has moved on to eliciting information, right? Requirement life cycle, which is lesson 5, the idea of life cycle of requirement in your organization. Pause for a second. Think about the life cycle of requirement in RBC right now, in IAM or your group. And then lesson 4, lesson 5. Then BABOK said, well, this is all that we will do as part of a project. This is what we'll do when we join a change initiative, or whatever that change initiative is. This is what we'll do. But to be successful in performing all this work, a good business analyst during the early days of joining a change initiative or any work that we are assigned to must create a plan. So in BABOK guide, they said, we'll create a knowledge area called BAPM, which was called business analysis, planning, and monitoring. And I said, when you join any change initiative, the idea of BAPM is, it is a collection of tasks to create a plan for your success, right? A plan for your success. So very important, right? Any task you take, the first step is create a plan. And Einstein once said, well, if I was given 60 minutes to to complete a task, I'll spend 50 minutes or 55 minutes thinking about it. You go to Elon Musk, you ask the same thing. They said, oh, thinking is the key. Business analysis is a discipline where you need to think. It's not about taking information and dropping it in a document. This is the discipline of thinking. I gotta start thinking here. You gotta start thinking the 5 W's, right? The 5 whys, using different strategies. And those are the business analysts that are generating value for the organization. Otherwise, some of the business analysts are cutting documents. They are going into development stage, and suddenly now these documents are being dissected, and we are finding that these documents were not complete. They were incomplete. They didn't have sufficient information. Development has stalled. Now we are going back to stakeholders. Everyone is getting frustrated in the project. We don't want to be in those situations, right? We want to adopt the best practices. BABOK guide, create that plan for your success early on. Meet your stakeholders early on, and that's what we covered last week. So everything that we covered, we're going to slowly every week when we build this picture, we're going to highlight it. The plan for success. And last week we talked about, apart from all the good things that you have in your plan, IIBA has suggested, recommended some other tasks that you could perform to create that solid, good plan for your success. In the end, success is culmination of small wins. Plan is a small win in the beginning, right? So someone said failing to plan is a plan to fail or something like that, right? So success is small wins. And one of the small wins that you can have early on in your project is to build a plan, communicate that plan with your critical subject matter experts or stakeholders, along with your reporting manager. Show that plan. Take their feedback early on, right? So here we go. There is and this BABOK guide, in BABOK guide, we call BAPM lesson number 3. Lesson number 1 and 2 are intros. So we call them introduction. And then there is lesson 9 plus 10, which is all about these lessons compiled separately as techniques and underlying competencies. All the techniques that we will talk about in the lesson, we won't have time to go over them, but we'll continue to talk about them during the session itself. So they created lesson 10. They extracted all the techniques from these different knowledge areas that they have mentioned, and they elaborated them even more, right? If you wanted to know how to conduct a successful meeting, how to facilitate a session, what are the steps in facilitating a session, you would be able to learn it there and read that technique. If you wanted to know how to create a good process model, you can look at that lesson number 10. I'm also going to touch on those areas, but it's a nice, lesson that IIBA, credit to them for putting that information together. 50 techniques that a business analyst can use and deploy. You may not be using all, you may be using some, but if you ever wanted to reference some of the techniques, check, well, I'm using process modeling. Can this help? You may be able to gain some insight into it. I want to write a use case scenario. Can I just take a look at what IIBA is suggesting? Right? You have your own template, but you can also take a look at those techniques. So this is our BABOK guide. This is the big picture. So for the benefit of Guston, this is what the whole BABOK guide is. It makes sense for you. I mean, this is where so today, before Augustine confirms his understanding, we're going to look at 2 knowledge areas, lesson 4, lesson 5, very interesting, elicitation and collaboration and requirement lifecycle. Extremely interesting lessons, right? Very, very interesting lessons. So let's hear it from Augustine. Augustine, this is the picture of BABOK guide. Did it make little sense for you? I mean, you may have missed 8 hours of interaction, but let's just see.
It does. It does give me a brief overview. That's fine.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, all right. For the class now here, we are 7 or 8 people here. So, so folks, any questions from here? Questions? Okay, no questions. So let's, and this is where we will start interacting. So we are here in our morning session. We'll cover elicitation and collaboration. In elicitation and collaboration, IIBA has put 5 tasks. And then in afternoon, during afternoon session, we are going to complete knowledge area lesson 5, knowledge area requirement lifecycle management. What are the important components of requirement lifecycle from origination to its implementation when it becomes part of the solution? So we'll cover this in the afternoon session, and there are also 5 tasks here. So before we go to elicitation and right here, so what we'll do is we will answer right now. Let's pause for a second and let's take a look at question 1, question 2, question 3, and question 4. We're going to start here today. And I would maybe ask, I will go around the class and I'll give you a minute to think about these, or 2 minutes to think about these 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask everyone maybe 1 or 2 questions from here. And let's just see what we know right now. And it will also give me understanding of our level of knowledge so that we can customize the journey in the morning session according. So these questions are, by the way, not to test anyone. There is no right or wrong answers. There is no judgment of any sort. So fear nothing. Say what you do, how you do it, right? There's no one judging anyone here. So let's hear it from everyone. So let's start with Augustine. When you join a new project, what are some of the things that you do early on? Keep your answer to about 30 seconds to a minute. Very simple.
Okay, first, I need to know an overview of what the project is all about. What is the purpose of the project? Okay. And what is the end goal of the project?
All right. Okay. End goal of the project. And if I just said, would it be nice to create a simple little plan of your work during this journey early on and socialize with your stakeholder to confirm their understanding also? What do you think? Would it be a good idea?
It would be a good idea, yes.
Absolutely, right? So that's what Babak is stating. When you join a project, apart from understanding the purpose of the project, description of the project, the business needs stated in the project, look into creating a plan for your success, right? Put in the task that must be done on this project, at least in near term. You may not know all the tasks in next 6 months, but at least in near term. So that's great. Okay, good to hear that. All right, we'll go to Dhruv. Dhruv, next question is for you, and it comes from our session last week. What are some of the important components of that plan that you will create?
Yeah, so basically, I just just talk about it.
You can refer to notes. Feel free to refer to notes, right? This is.
Yeah, so.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So basically, first part would be like the thinking is identifying the stakeholders.
Good.
What would I be talking about, and then booking the sessions with the stakeholders to recurring meetings to meet with them. And then yeah, just a couple of seconds. I'm just thinking about it, and then plan business analysis.
We have a lot of time. Go ahead.
Yeah, plan business analysis, governance decisions. Basically establishing the governance, who would make the critical decisions for business analysis.
Yeah.
Then information management system, different
Yeah.
information
What
system
would be the
system.
suitable information management system to use? Good.
So that's basically Confluence, SharePoint, Excel, where you
Yeah.
want to share the information,
Yeah.
right? And then identify those areas that require improvement. Basically,
Continue to
performance
retrospect,
management. Yeah,
right? So IIBA likes to use these terms, which can be very confusing, recommend improvement measures. But we like to say, well, continue to retrospect your work to see the plan that you created, how effective is it? And what are the things that are working really, really well, and what are the things not working well, and maybe start tailoring and customizing it. Don't just stick to one plan. Especially last week, he said the world around us is changing very fast. So are our needs of stakeholders. Continue to look into those needs and adjust our plan. Yeah, you've said almost everything, right? Identify your stakeholders,
yep.
started with approach,
Yep, the
right?
approach.
Understand the approach, because approach will define your way of working on the project, right? It approach defines that identify your stakeholders, governance, information management, and of course, and then finally you said I'll continue to retrospect. Very good. Good answer there, right? So that's from last week. So let's go to now, who is next here in my list? Fenu, question for you. If I said elicitation to you, now we are coming into this week, we have not talked about it, but I just want you to take an educated guess about elicitation. How would you define elicitation?
So yeah, elicitation or requirement elicitation is like kind of act of getting the business information or the project information.
Getting information. Good, not bad. That's fair, right? Good answer. And if we go to Katrina, can you tell us about some of the techniques that you use to get this information from stakeholders?
We rely a lot on workshops, in my experience, and to a lesser extent on document analysis would be our probably our primary methods. We do some like reporting and data analysis as well, but the workshops and document analysis probably our top two by far.
Right? And once in a while, maybe you go and interview people also when the opportunity is such. When you get to meet a sponsor, you can't have a workshop with the sponsor. You just go interview them, ask some of the questions that no one has been able to answer. They're able to, sponsors, we don't get their time. Sponsors rep, we are able to get their time, or our business leads time. These folks can help us establish the big picture, and it's so important in this current landscape for a business analyst to know the big picture, right? So great, guys. Good job, all of you, right? 4 of us right now. This is where the rest of the questions are not for right now. They are when we finish morning session. At the end, when we finish the morning session, we're going to look into this. So today we are starting with knowledge area, elicitation, and collaboration. This is a competency. A business analyst who is finding it difficult to elicit information and collaborate with stakeholder will invariably create risk on the project, right? And those risks are hidden because the environment that we work in, this is what they say, the culture in North America, project management culture in North America is based on trust. What you say is true, right? You did the work, you got the information, everyone will say, well, this is my business analyst has done this, and I trust my business analyst that all the information has been captured. But when this work, knowingly or unknowingly, is not done in an effective fashion, this elicitation and collaboration, what happens is we continue to add risk to the project. And you know why I say this? I say this because of a research that was conducted in Harvard. And the research was based on this very simple philosophy. Command A, delete. And the research stated, was based on a scenario. The scenario was this. projects. What do they deliver? Right? So all projects, they start or initiate. They start or initiate. They get planned. They get executed. Plan plus design. They get executed, or you could say developed. In engineering, we call it construction. Tested plus inspection, a generic term for your UAT and PAT. Finally deployed or launched. And comes warranty and maintenance or support. This is kind of like a journey of a project. But this journey, that study said this journey that we all talk about, you got to start looking at, let's change the colors. You got to start looking at it a little differently, they said. They said this journey that we're taking from the beginning to the very end. This journey is being undertaken for one purpose, right? It will be taken for, I use the word one thing, one purpose. And you know what that purpose is? The purpose is listed right here. Let's change the color to more. And this projects, this journey that starts from initiating to the very end is done to deliver stakeholders the requirements. Projects can be summed up right here. They said in that study, said all this life cycle that every organization has, all that is great, but let's sum it up here. It's as simple as this: projects deliver stakeholders' requirements, and only when we deliver stakeholders' requirements is when stakeholders' satisfaction will be achieved, and only when stakeholder satisfaction is achieved is when value delivery happens. You know, we all are part of this value delivery chain. And look at this: projects deliver stakeholders' requirement. Think about it a little bit. So projects starting point, legitimate starting point of a project is requirements, or is understanding and documenting requirements of stakeholders. And the end point, in the end point, at that end of the project, you know what we do? What do organizations do? Sometimes the BA may not be there at that time. They ensure that the requirements that were delivered satisfied the business need. Only when the requirements satisfy the business need is when value is delivered, right? Only when the requirements that you deliver satisfy the business need is when the requirements are delivered. So the reason I put this picture, or the study at Harvard, which provided some facts on business analysis, that's not the reason I put this here. The reason was right here. Look at how important and critical our role is. Look at this, how important and critical our role is. Sometimes we just feel that, well, it is about going out there, listening to my stakeholder and documenting these requirements in a BRD template or a SRD template. If I'm decomposing the requirement, conducting some chat sessions, and then and if the stakeholder wants to come, it's okay, pushing them to get a sign off and get a sign off, and my job is done. It's greater than that, actually. Our job is to ensure that value is delivered. And to deliver value, we must capture the stakeholders' requirements in an effective fashion. And that is done by using various techniques. We heard it from Katrina. We like to use document analysis. Workshops are really good. And sometimes I may interview, and there could be other techniques too. So a good business analyst in the beginning as part of their plan, looks at the stakeholder and says, these stakeholders, what would be the best suited techniques? And tailors and customizes the techniques to the needs of these stakeholders. And this journey that a business analyst takes from collecting the requirement until the end, ensuring that business need is satisfied, is done via some of the best practices listed in the knowledge area called elicitation and collaboration. The reason I built this slide in front of you is to tell you how important our role is, right? Highlight our role a little bit in front of us, how important this role is. And onus and responsibility lies on us to ensure that we continue to engage, collaborate, and collaborate with our critical stakeholders. Elicit information, not gather information, right? Throw out information. So as part of this lesson, we are going to look at elicitation and collaboration. Each knowledge area has tasks. This knowledge area has 5 tasks. So what are these tasks? Let's take a look at what these tasks are. Take a look at some of the tasks. Excuse me. So home, new slide, layout, and then I'll give you an opportunity to ask me questions after I list down the tasks. So this knowledge area, come on, give me a blank slide. There. So knowledge area, lesson number 4, elicitation and collaboration. Elicitation and collaboration. It has 5 tasks. According to IIBA, they say, well, elicitation and collaboration has 3, out of these 5 tasks, 3 are core. I say, well, or let's just say there are 5 tasks. Let's write them down. Prepare for elicitation. Before you start going to your stakeholder and say, well, I have to go and meet stakeholder Y tomorrow and start gathering information. Let's say you're using the word gathering, and let's say eliciting information from my stakeholders. First, prepare for it. Prepare for elicitation. And IIBA has put some best practices here. What are some of the things that we must consider when we are preparing for elicitation? Don't just go to the stakeholder and start doing your work. Prepare for it and prepare them also by giving them enough time so that they come prepared. Prepare once you have done all the good things that you need to do before meeting the stakeholders, then conduct elicitation. Conducting elicitation means facilitating that session that you are having. And what are some of the important things we must consider while facilitating the session? Then confirm. After you have facilitated the session, takeaways have been documented, updates have been made to the document, meeting minutes, if required, have been created, then send them back to those participants to confirm elicitation results. Without elicitation results, without confirming elicitation result, this activity is not complete. We're going to elaborate this a little bit more, right? This activity is not complete. And according to IIBA, as a business analyst, communicate business analysis information. And when you are eliciting and collaborating, or when you are working on this, when you're demonstrating this competency of eliciting information and collaborating, continue to manage stakeholders, collaboration. 5 tasks. Now, people go in there and read these tasks as such, right? And there is a mnemonic here which says PC4 or PCCC. Prepare, conduct, confirm, communicate, and collaborate. PC4 or PCCC, right? So if you're preparing for certification at some point of time, these mnemonics are going to help, because sometimes on the certification exam, the question is, you have conducted elicitation, what's the next step, right? You need to have that big picture, and you need to have that big picture about each and every knowledge area and how these knowledge areas speak to each other. So prepare, conduct, confirm, communicate, and collaborate. If you even go and ask a practitioner who has written CBAP certification and say, how do you see this? I can tell you this, that they will say, well, there are 5 tasks. They will be able to tell you that because they passed the CBAP certification exam. But they will not be able to speak to you. Most of them will not be able to speak to you about the underlying principle that is hidden here. People see them as sequential activities. Actually, they are not sequential activities. We must see them as this slide, and then I will open this forum up for discussion to see that everyone is with me, right? So in the world of business analysis, we cannot be quiet, right? So we will be all of us will chime in, but let me draw the picture. So most of the practitioners see it like this. But I'm going to come back to your question. Let me just present the picture.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it will make more sense than when you come up with your thoughts and your questions, right? So in the world of business analysis, elicitation and collaboration, IIBA's presentation goes like this. But expectation from IIBA is that you understand that three tasks are sequential. Prepare for elicitation. Prepare for elicitation. Conduct elicitation. And confirm elicitation results. Elicitation results. And 2 tasks, which is continue to communicate business analysis information and manage stakeholder engagement. Something that continues to happen throughout. And I'm going to explain this to you first to show, to kind of like confirm our understanding on what I'm trying to create here. So folks, when you are preparing for elicitation, for example, you're preparing an agenda with ground rules, you're adding pre-read to it. That's the idea, right? Setting up the logistics, putting the conference number in there, links for other documentation that you might want to send to stakeholders. So when you prepare your agenda, sitting in your desk, look, right now I want to have a meeting with you. I'm preparing the agenda. I have now embedded the pre-read material in that. I've also listed 3 ground rules or 4 ground rules that I would like all my stakeholders to follow during the meeting. I have set the agenda with time allocated, different item. I have also put things such as part of preparation, I put things such as logistics, conference links, right? Jira links for other related material that you want to send your stakeholders. You prepared this sitting in your desk right here. You did this work. What did you do after? Once you got all this information package, what did you do? So look, what did you do now? Let's hear it from you. You prepared all this. You said, day after tomorrow I have a meeting. Let me just quickly put this together. I package all the information. What did you do after that? What do we generally do? Folks, let's hear it from you.
Is that like putting together an agenda?
Yeah, so I just said you made the agenda with ground rules. You put a pre-read in there. Now all that is in your inbox right now, your Outlook. You kind of like packaged it together, embedded the material. What do we do after that? Do we just leave it there, or?
No, we think about the questions. If there's any questions
all that
is there.
has been added to this. This is all packaged, right? What do you do then? Do you communicate this information to your stakeholders? Send it out in advance?
Yeah, so recurring meetings, yes.
So you will send it out. You package this information and send it out. You communicate this BA information to your stakeholders. Then the day you are conducting the meeting, now the information went. Now you're conducting the meeting. Let's say today, this facilitation session will be on June 20th. You're facilitating the meeting. During the time you're facilitating the meeting, you are, sorry. So we'll have to quickly shut this and come back. Excuse me. Day 2. Here. So June 20th, you are conducting this meeting on June 20th, right here, today. You're conducting the meeting. During the meeting, you are also, one of the stakeholders said, hey, I didn't receive the material. You quickly forwarded them the email. You are still communicating BA information. And when the feedback is coming, you're quickly updating your document sitting there, right? You're not waiting for the meeting to end. You're, all right, let me just make a quick change to requirement number 7. Is that what you said? You could, and you are managing stakeholder engagement during that time also. Now the meeting ended. At the end of the meeting, you created, again, more info, communicated BA information such as meeting minutes, updated documents, updated docs. Sorry, let's write it properly. So meeting minutes plus updated docs, and you send them to your stakeholders. So what you see is the core of elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. There are 3 steps, and 2 things are obvious, but IIBA made it explicit. So basically, when you go out, when you want to elicit some information from your stakeholder, initially you prepare. All of us are doing that. We conduct and we conform. We send it back to our stakeholders. But during this journey, all these 3 steps, you continue to communicate the information. You continue to communicate the related information to stakeholders, and you continue to manage the engagement of stakeholders, right? You continue to keep them satisfied with the information you are sending at all these 3 stages. It's not like you send the information in the beginning and then you forget about your stakeholder. That's what we do. That's what IIBA presents the task to us in this manner. But the expectation is that you're going to put it in the right order for yourself. The expectation is that you already know, right? You already know, but in the next version, you will see that guide has been updated to present information in this manner. They'll say, well, there are 3 steps to elicitation. However, during this journey from preparation to confirming those elicitation results, ensure that you continue to communicate the business analysis information with stakeholders, and you continue to manage stakeholder engagement from the very beginning, the day you started preparing the agenda, to the day you conducted the session and send the material back to stakeholder for their approval, right? These 2 aspects, these 2 tasks continue to happen throughout the life cycle of this elicitation, collaboration, elicitation and collaboration knowledge area, or this whole idea of elicitation and collaboration, right? So 3 sequential tasks, 2 tasks that happen everywhere from beginning to the end. So now we had some questions, so we'll hear some questions from people, right? First of all, did it make sense to everyone the way it got presented right now? Instead of seeing the 5 tasks, now we are seeing it in a different manner.
Yep.
Does it make sense? Okay, all right. And someone had a question. Who had a question? Let's take that question, please.
Yeah, Amith, it was me. Sorry. I think you just forgot the C, but in your slide you have that extra C, like for the mnemonic.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Sorry.
PCCC. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's just correct it. Right. That's PC4 and PCCC. Okay. And in the slide, there is. Okay. We do a lot of whiteboarding here. So let's see. Where is it? PCC. So right here.
Yeah.
PC4.
We need an extra.
PC.
We need an extra C there, I think.
Oh, we need extra C. You're absolutely right. There we go. Yeah. PCCCC. Yeah. All right. PC4. Yeah. I agree. All right. Any other question, folks? Simple, right? Nothing complicated here.
Just one question here, because there's like I'm just talking from the exam perspective as well. So it's like when you say there are 3 sequential tasks, right? Prepare, conduct, and confirm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other 2 tasks, which is communicate, BA information, and manage stakeholder collaboration. Are these because these are the tasks which are ongoing tasks, right? Which has to happen at any at every point of time.
Any stage, yeah.
Right. So is there any term for this, like supporting tasks or essential tasks, something of that sort that we should be aware of?
So no, there is no such term. But when we start reading the literature, not once, twice, thrice, 3 times, right? Then you realize what IIBA is trying to say, because somewhere in the information that they present, this message is hidden. But because, right, everything is a rush order nowadays, those underlying statements sometimes get missed because of the level and the magnitude of information that is presented in standard is not less. It's too much information, right? Sometimes. So what I've presented is something that is listed in Babok guide somewhere, but practitioners sometimes tend to omit that information. It's not intentional because of the magnitude and the level of information that is provided is just way too much. And developing the understanding takes time. Also, certain level of maturity is required to understand it this way. So, but in the exam, question will be, look, you're conducting collaboration elicitation right now. What's the next step? There could be an easy question like that. You answer, confirm elicitation result. And they will say, well, communicate BA information. When does it happen? When does it happen? Some people will say, who have memorized the standard, will say it will happen after confirm elicitation result. That's so wrong.
Right.
Answer is it continues to happen throughout, from the first day to the last day, right? Continuing to communicate. Look, right now, you and me talking is we're sharing BA information. We are communicating. So in a meeting too, when you're conducting. So right now you asked a question. Let's say I was presenting Babok guide right now, and you asked a question. Dhruv said, I have a question. And I'm in conducting right now. What did you do? You shared some information with me. You are here. You shared some information with me. And I
Right.
ensured that I responded to you and managed that engagement with you. See how it's happening? Just like
Yep.
what's happening right now is what IIBA is trying to convey also. Good?
Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, yeah. So from exam standpoint, communicate BA information and manage stakeholder engagement continues to happen throughout the life cycle of this entire knowledge area or just business analysis frame. This continues to happen throughout. It's something that we do on a day-to-day basis. All righty. Any other question, guys? If you have, is everyone good with this information here? Thumbs up, thumbs down, anything would be nice to know that right? So some kind of communication would be nice to see. Okay.
Amit, just one quick question. You see in your diagram, the top right, just below your company logo, does that just mean like gaining approvals for the elicited requirements, like management top right corner?
So sorry, which one are you talking about right here?
Yeah, like the top right corner of this diagram. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what I was saying was when conforming elicitation result, we're going to take a deeper dive into this, right? We're going through some of the slides now very soon. I just wanted to give you the big picture. So when you say conform elicitation result, now look, this was Christian, right?
Yep.
So Christian, look, you just finished a walkthrough and you presented a BRD or a SRD in the walkthrough. During the walkthrough, you were updating information based on what was the engagement that was happening. When the walkthrough ended, you said there are 3 takeaways. 1, Mike, you're supposed to look into this requirement number 7 and give me a little bit of detail. And then what I'm doing is I'm sending out the meeting minutes. I'm sending out this information. I'm sending out the updated document. Can I kindly request everyone to please provide me a sign off by in the next 72 hours? If you have any question, kindly feel free to reach me. We want to get this done in next 72 hours or maximum next 4 days, right? So you after the meeting ended, you package this updated document, your SRD or BRD. You updated maybe put some meeting minutes, a thank you note, and you send it back to stakeholders, engage with stakeholders, send it back to them for their approval and sign off. That's what I was writing, the meeting minutes, updated docs at the end also. In the beginning, when you were preparing for elicitation, you prepared an agenda, ground rules, pre-read material, link from your Jira or Confluence or other related material, and you package them in an email with conference link, and you send it to your stakeholder, right? So that's what that's what I wrote there on the top right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now we will start our day. Look, 1 hour and 11 minutes are gone. We have not touched on the first task because I firmly believe when I didn't work for a BA for a long time, 9 months, 7 to 9 months in 1998, but I worked with great organization. But I have continued my work with business analysts when I became a PM, program manager. Business analysts were someone who were doing all the analysis for us, right? Analysis. They were doing all this great work of analysis. Even when I became a program manager, early on, I was only 27 when I became a program manager. We had business analysts. We would rely on business analysts to give us some analysis. And analysis for us meant creative thinking. Analysis for us meant problem solving. Analysis for us meant system thinking. Analysis for us meant helping make decisions, decision making. Analysis for us also meant learning, because the outcomes were helping us learn. We wanted good business analysts around us who could think in these 5 different dimensions, right? The work that we do is about creatively thinking to solve the problems of stakeholders by sometimes thinking in the boundaries of system, sometimes going outside the boundary of the system, helping make difficult choices, helping or enabling decision-making, recommending great decisions, not just one option, multiple options, multiple ways, multiple paths. And finally, creating material from and using that material, everyone around you is also learning, right? Your analysis, your analysis has these 5 dimensions to it. It's very important for a business analyst to continue to remind themselves about what their role is. Some of us have started believing that our role is a role of a document specialist. No, it's greater than that. It's greater than that. I continue to say this, and I cannot reiterate this. Look at this picture. I didn't create this picture, right? This picture has been established in most organizations right now. And this picture speaks the story of a change initiative in one slide. How important it is. Our role, right? Starting point of each project is understanding the needs. End point of projects is ensuring satisfaction. Satisfaction will only happen when our stakeholders feel that their need has been met, their requirements have been delivered. So, moving on, elicitation. Everyone says, right? Capture requirement, gather requirement, collect requirement, but the standard started propagating or echoing this sentiment about gathering requirements. Said, no, that's not fair to say gather requirements, because gather requirements will be just like going to stakeholders and saying, I want your requirements. Could you please give me your requirements? Could you please email me your requirements? If it was so simple, then why would the organization need us? The organization needed us because they wanted to reduce the risk. They wanted to reduce the risk. Risk, reduce, business analysts help reduce the risk associated with requirement gathering. How? How do business analysts help us reduce the risk? By capturing not just what is said, but by also extracting, drawing out what is unsaid or implied. Very important, right? So one of the questions, if you were planning to write the CBAP exam, is elicitation is your ability to draw out, bring forth the information. That's our ability to do that. And by doing so, you reduce the risk. Poorly crafted requirements and well-written requirements. Yesterday, I was in a peer review so we with CIBC, we're running the PMO and the business analysis practice right now. And the reason I became part of that mission at CIBC is because they were looking for someone who understood the standards really, really well with the understanding of big picture. And they contacted our organization, and such things are things that I find extremely passionate, because this is what I want to be associated with in my company, not the consulting side. They continue to do what they do and the revenue gets generated. But this is where, when interactions start happening, is when you start learning too. For me also, right? We all start learning together. So one of the things was, in the peer review, what came out was the requirement document. The stakeholders said, this is not what I want. And then we started having the review of the document. We said, well, look, there's so many places where it could have been crafted, drafted a little differently. You could have a different kind of meetings with stakeholders. Engagement could have been a little bit different. You could have got more details, and that's what they're asking for. They're not asking for anything that should not have been there. This is the expectation, right? So as a business analyst, our job is to gather or elicit information by drawing out information, by bringing forth some information, because sometimes stakeholders may constrain some information. There might be some constraints that information is not provided. It may not be intentional. It may not be intentional, right? It could be an assumption that my business analyst is already here and they already know it, and omissions happen. So one is a business analyst helps reduce the risk with requirement gathering. How do they do that? By capturing not just what is said, but also extracting, drawing out what is unsaid and implied. Can you also tell me another aspect that business analysts are able to draw out by having conversations with stakeholders that can help reduce risk? Another, apart from said, unsaid requirement, another thing that we help draw out, something that is implied, unsaid. Let's hear it for
Gap.
Gap, okay, gap. What else? What else? I need a word. It's just one word. Let's hear it from you. One of the very important components of your document.
Dependencies.
Dependencies, okay. And there is another thing associated with every document has another aspect documented with dependencies. What is that word that starts with A?
Assumptions.
Very good. Absolutely. You know, they asked Steve Jobs when he was alive. They said, Steve, how are you able to come up with such great designs and beautiful products? This is what he said. He said, it is our ability to capture pure requirements of our stakeholders. Interviewer said, how? What do you mean by pure requirements? He said, pure requirements are requirements where assumptions have been stripped off. Or he said, where we have separated any underlying assumption from the requirement. Assumptions, I will stop using the word capture or collect. When you elicit requirement from stakeholders, our job is not only to capture or extract said or unsaid requirement, but also ensure that any underlying assumptions associated with requirements are documented separately. But the practice that we are part of right now, we are looking at previous documents and we are literally lifting and shifting assumptions from projects into our project. Our role is greater than that. Our job is greater than that. Trust me, you won't even realize some of the risks that are emerging in our project during execution of the projects is because assumptions were not documented effectively. They were not identified. And how do we identify? Next question could be, how can I identify assumptions? Ask questions. Ask probing questions to your stakeholders. Try to look for those underlying statements that they are missing. Keep in mind this, each requirement comes with expectations. We capture the requirement, but we fail to understand the expectation associated with requirement. Good business analyst, the journey from good to great is requirement come with an expectation or expectations. Capture those expectations by asking probing questions. And that is the core of this knowledge area, elicitation, drawing out by asking probing questions and using the right technique. So what I'll do is I'm going to mention it right here in bold, and then we all can go on a break. So before we go and start discovering this knowledge area called elicitation and collaboration, we'll just write down two things: techniques to draw out information and audience. Don't use a technique to draw out information that you have fallen in love with. Look at your audience, your stakeholders. Audience means stakeholders, by the way. Look at your stakeholders. and based on those criteria associated with stakeholders, their power, influence, interest, use the right technique. Use the right technique for that specific stakeholder. Tailor, customize your technique. And that's what is very interesting about today's lesson. The 10 to 12 techniques that you could use to elicit information over and beyond what Katrina said. Of course, she uses many. She said workshop is something that we are using. I totally agree. I find them to be very useful. She said document analysis is another thing that we do. And then we added one interviews. But there are many other techniques that could be used based on situation. Techniques should be situational. Look at the situation and choose the right technique. But you can only elicit information using the right technique when you know what this technique is all about, when is it effective, and when it is rendered ineffective, right? So we will kind of like stop here. I've given you the big picture of the lesson that we are covering in the morning session. I have provided you some other details about the importance of elicitation, our role as a business analyst. Now we'll take this journey into this lesson, the 5 tasks, and then we'll go over these 5 tasks one by one to see what are some of the best practices associated with these tasks. And after that, we'll go for lunch. It's 10:24. What I'll do is we can open up this next 2-3 minutes for questions and answers. Some QA, some questions that you may have, or some of the things that you're doing right now as part of Elicitation Collaboration, which is very interesting, that you would like all of us to hear, right? Peer learning can happen a little bit in next 2 to 3 minutes. If you have anything to add to what we just said, folks, let's hear it from you. Okay, all right. So let's go on a break. It's 10:25. Let's be back at 10:40, 15 minutes break, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. Is everyone back? Okay, that's great. We have a question here. Or it was just a thumbs up, I guess.
It was a thumbs up. I
Okay.
hit the wrong button. Sorry.
No worries at all. I could make out, so that's great. Okay, awesome. All right, let's start. Now we kind of like all of us have fair understanding of what elicitation and collaboration knowledge area is all about. So what we'll do is we'll start looking at each and every task, and I'll explain to you certain important things. We have not put everything in the deck because, you know, time is a huge constraint. And based on experience, I've also found out that putting too much information on the slide and just speaking from the slide does not cut it for anyone, neither for me nor for any of our participants. So what I do is I try to whiteboard everything for folks from high level view, then taking kind of like making some inroads or taking deeper dives into the content. So now we'll start taking a look at each and every task. Very quick question for Sobi. Sobi, how many tasks are there in elicitation and collaboration knowledge area?
How many tasks? 5 tasks.
How many? 5. Very good. 5 tasks. Awesome. That's what we want, right? We want people to consume the information, and I'll keep coming back with simple questions to just confirm our understanding. Look, this session is not a test of anyone's understanding of business analysis. This session is about sharing knowledge with each other, right? So that's great. Thank you, Sobi, for that confirmation of knowledge. So let's here, day 2. And let's start our journey again. So we'll start with our first task, which is prepare for elicitation. Now, before I dive into the task, let me quickly speak to you about how IIBA likes to present this knowledge. We have extracted some important information from there. We're not putting everything. It will take like a year if we had to start speaking about everything that they've said. Some of it is very redundant. So for each task, for example, let's say prepare for elicitation. How does IIBA-CBAP guide present these?
Are you sharing anything?
Okay, let me again restart the sharing. So how does IIBA present these tasks? Let's start with the first task, which is prepare for elicitation. And let's say the technique that you have chosen, to elicit information from a certain stakeholder is interview. This interview will happen on June 24th. So you want to interview your sponsor's rep, or let's say a business lead, extremely busy stakeholder. Their time is precious, and this stakeholder is fiercely protecting their time, right? They are fiercely protecting their time. So time is of essence, and time is valuable to the stakeholder. So you decided to interview with this stakeholder. So to get the best out of it, on June 20th, which is a Thursday, you started preparing for that exercise. High value stakeholder, you said, let me, for 30 minutes, think about this interview that I will conduct on 24th of June. You prepare for elicitation, you said, all right, so what are some of the inputs to this interview that I'm going to have? What am I going to discuss? Is there some high-level need that is available to me? And I have this high-value stakeholder business need, business lead, and do I need any other stakeholder along with this stakeholder? Should I ask the stakeholder for a delegate? So just in future, if this stakeholder is not able to make it to the meeting, I can maybe request the delegate to join the meeting. So you also sent out an email on today to, let's just say, this business lead. Hi there, I just wanted to know if you would also like to identify any delegate for you. I understand you're extremely busy. Now that, look, you're engaging with your stakeholder. You're not even, you've gone there like June 24th. You're not there yet, but you're engaging. The stakeholder feels that, well, this business analyst, look at the effort they're putting. They want to meet me. They've started kind of like engaging with me already, or you on your teams, you send a quick message to them. So you identified your stakeholder, you understood the need, the reason why you want to meet this stakeholder, clearly identified it. You are now also, at this time, you start thinking about some elements for preparing for elicitation, some other components of this task. And then all this is happening on June 20th. You're thinking about what will be the scope of this activity. And you have drawn maybe a questionnaire because this person is extremely busy. You said, let me just put together a question. These are some of the questions I need answered. I need this clarity on a certain requirement and they will provide me clarity. Let me create a questionnaire around that so that I'm asking the right questions, because time is a huge constraint here, right? Now, you will also think about things such as the area of the stakeholders' expertise. You can think about the geographical location right now, whether you want to send a conference link or would it be a face-to-face geographically co-located meeting and so on and so forth. Do I need to, do I have a process map or a process flow that is available that I could send them to get the big picture right? Then you said, well, you already know what technique you are going to use. So you have also, as part of elements, selected the technique, and this time it is interview. You know that interview with the most suited technique while working with this specific stakeholder. You have identified the technique. You're thinking maybe the technique, interview plus questionnaire. I want to use a questionnaire because I want to keep it very structured. You have identified logistics as part of one of the right logistics, communication. How am I sending the agenda? What are the goals of this activity and all that, right? To put together logistics, conference calling, Jira links, and you have put together some pre-reads that you want to send to the stakeholders. It is very important. Business analysts must prepare their stakeholders before the stakeholder arrive for elicitation activity. The day you are going to have a meeting, the stakeholder must be prepared prior to that. And you know, the rule of thumb is stakeholders must receive information at least 40 to 72 hours in advance of the meeting. I have been in meetings in my early days when I've been invited into a meeting, and just a minute before the meeting, I would receive this huge SRD and I will have to take a look at it as a project manager. Sometimes I'll go in the meeting and I'll be like, what am I supposed to do now? I didn't have time. It just came out of the meeting. I've come here, I opened my laptop and there is a document. The next question is, why was this document not sent before? How can you expect the stakeholder to provide you any constructive feedback on this document? It is a rush order. Stakeholders are also feeling uncomfortable because the moment they put their ink on the document, they are equally accountable. So sometimes when we don't get sign-offs is because stakeholders have not received the information in advance. As a business analyst, when we provide an estimate on the work that we do, one of the very important things is the plan that we sketch, and when we provide estimate, it is important to put some time, right? Time for these kind of activities also that I need to plan for elicitation. It takes time, right? To do my work effectively, every elicitation activity, there is a planning for that component. And we should think about building this plan, this time, this estimate in our large, big estimate that we provide about a body of work that we need to perform. So as a business analyst, you got to prepare your stakeholder before the meeting and send them the pre-read or other related material, which will help them come prepared, either with their questions or with responses to your question. Extremely, extremely important. All this forms part of some of the elements of this activity. Then IIBA says, well, there could be some guidelines you could use. Guidelines. If this is an interview you are conducting, use the best guidelines that are available to you to conduct interviews, guidelines for interviews, right? Use some of the guidelines that are available to conduct effective interviews. And as part of preparation for elicitation, choose the right technique that is most suited for this specific stakeholder. Choose the right technique, the most appropriate technique that will generate value for you and the stakeholder, right? And right now, I just gave you an example. We are scheduling an interview, but when you are preparing for it, elicitation, you think about your stakeholder and you prepare accordingly, right? Based on that stakeholder, you prepare accordingly for that specific technique. Right now, we are saying interview. Interview is the technique. So you said, well, interview, we work well with my business need. I have about 30 minutes with them. This is the best way here. But there are lots of techniques that are suggested here. We'll talk about each one of those techniques. Very, very interesting topic, the various techniques that you could use to elicit information from your stakeholders. And of course, you should think about your stakeholders and who will participate in this interview. Apart from business need, do you need someone else? And generally, the main outcome of this process when you prepare for elicitation is an elicitation plan. So IIBA presents every task with this information. They'll say, well, prepare for elicitation. What are some of the things that maybe are available to you? Input, use them as inputs in planning for this activity. Then IIBA says, what are some of the important components of this task? What are some of the things that we must look into? Elements. Then IIBA says, well, there are some guidelines available. Use these guidelines for preparation for elicitation. Some of the techniques that you could use, there are various techniques that you could use to prepare for elicitation. Ensure that you know your stakeholders and the output, and then ensure that we generate the output elicitation plan. The output. This is the output of this task. So each task that IIBA presents to us, for example, here prepare for elicitation, or all other 5 tasks. So each task that insert a new slide. So layout would be so let's say prepare for elicitation. For elicitation. When you will read, if you were to read Babok guide, then it will say, what are some of the inputs for this task? What are some of the elements of task. Of course, it will say things like purpose of this task, objective, purpose of this task, objective of this task, inputs, elements, guidelines, some techniques that you could use to perform this task. What are some of the stakeholders that you could be working with? And finally, what is the outcome of performing this task or output? This is how IIBA presents all the knowledge. But to write the exam, it is not mandatory to memorize all this, right? The idea is to understand the principle. First of all, understand the big picture of the lesson or the knowledge area. Then start looking at that specific task, prepare for elicitation. Prepare for elicitation is all those activities that are precursor to conducting the elicitation activity. So if someone wanted to interview a stakeholder, what should have happened prior to conducting the interview so that we generate maximum value from it, right? So that's the idea. This is how IIBA will present each and every task. Now, if they said conduct elicitation in the BABA guide, it will be what are the inputs or purpose, objective, inputs, elements, guidelines, techniques, stakeholders, and outputs. But really, from the perspective of the exam, or generally from the perspective of operations, right? The work that we do, day-to-day work, it's not important, it's not relevant, but IIBA has elaborated in this manner. We're going to focus on some of the core activities and important aspects of each and every task that are relevant to certification and also relevant to day-to-day work, and also for the conversation on business analysis that we need to have. But this is the idea here in BABA guide. Each and every task has these components associated with it. This is how they go about it. But this is changing very soon. Actually, version 4 is coming, and IIBA feels that this is redundant information. They want to liberate people from this because they want more and more people to get certified, right? So that's the idea. Okay. All right, let's just look at our slide for prepare for elicitation. So prepare for elicitation. The idea is for the business analyst to be proactive versus reactive. Prepare before you start an elicitation activity. Not only prepare yourself, but also prepare your stakeholder for that. Now, the idea of preparing for elicitation is putting together things such as an agenda, pre-read, ground rules, very important, right? When you are having a facilitation session with 30 people, it's very important to communicate the ground rules for the meeting. Items in the agenda and time allocated to each item, right? Ground rules, items in the agenda, and time allocated to each item. Any other supporting material? Preparation for elicitation, a business analyst must look at who are the stakeholders that should participate, and really bringing only those stakeholders that will provide you meaningful contribution is extremely important, especially when you're working with a stakeholder who like to protect their time, right? They're extremely busy. It is very important to, during these early stages, identify a delegate for them, and ensure that that delegate will be able to provide you the right kind of responses, right? It becomes a liaison between you and that stakeholder and provides you responses in a timely fashion. So as part of preparation, identify those stakeholders. And you would also say, well, for this stakeholder, what is the most suited technique? And very soon we're going to talk about all the different techniques that you could use to elicit information from your stakeholders, right? What is the suitable technique? Plus, you will package all this information in an invite, and as part of other logistics, you will maybe book a conference room, conference link, etc., etc., etc. That's the idea. Idea is now you are prepared for elicitation, and two things that continue to happen with each of those critical tasks. Folks, let's hear it from you now. The two things that will continue to happen with each of the three core tasks of this knowledge area are, you will
Collaboration, that's communication.
There we go. We are in business right now. Trust me, you should go, if you had an opportunity to speak to a business analyst who is CBAP certified, you should ask them, hey, I just wanted your help with elicitation collaboration. Could you tell me the underlying principle behind this? Trust me, they're going to tell you the sequential activities. They won't be able to tell you the underlying principle. It requires a lot of thinking and looking at this standard, dissecting it a little bit, and then this theme of the standard, the principle of the standard starts emerging right in front of you, right? Collaboration with stakeholders, absolutely. And you said communicating the BA information. So look, you're identifying stakeholders, communicating with them, and communicating also all this information. You know, when I became a business analyst, we were doing experiments with things, failing mostly because we had our organization in the US did not consider business analysis as a discipline in those days. They considered the business analyst could be an expense. It's nice to have in an organization. Otherwise, my developer can do all the work. But developers, when they are not able to communicate with critical stakeholders, is when the business analyst role started. They started strengthening this practice. Now, but no one told us that these were the things that we needed to take a look at. Everything that is highlighted in yellow. A good business analyst, when you're preparing for any elicitation activity, you should look at these ideas that are listed in green. Collaborate with your stakeholder and communicate the relevant information to them. And guys, why should we collaborate as early as even before that elicitation activity is starting? Why are we collaborating with stakeholders and sending them the BA information? What is the reason? What is the reason? Because we want to
get familiarized with them.
There is much more than that. I just said prepare for elicitation is about what else? Why are you sending this information to them?
Being
Agenda, so that they come
prepared for the meeting and we are being proactive.
So that stakeholders are prepared, they're aware of what is the ask here. And also, this is very important. This task is an extremely important task because you want to have meaningful conversations with your stakeholder, right? You want to get the right information. And folks, everything that we do in business analysis, every task, there is value associated with it. Focus on value. And value in elicitation activity will only be generated. Conversations will be objective and meaningful only when stakeholders are prepared accordingly, right? Good business analysts would do this work. So IIBA says, well, when you're preparing for elicitation, understand the scope of your work, maybe the need plus the boundary in which the discussion needs to take place. Select the right kind of elicitation technique. We talked about it in green. Set up the right logistics. Logistics means conference link, conference rooms. Nowadays, there's nothing like a projector and all that kind of stuff. Ensure that a pre-read is sent. And you know, rule of thumb, and IIBA is extremely stern with this in the certification exam. They say ideally 72, but 48 to 72 hours in advance, the stakeholder must receive the information from you about the elicitation activity with pre-read so that they come prepared to the meeting. Otherwise, it will be like, Oh, what is this meeting all about? Oh, did you send me a document? Can you flip it to me now? What is going to happen now, right? Even if you have crafted a beautiful document, a document that is near complete, some of the items and some of the requirements, there'll be some of the information like assumptions, expectations will be missed because the stakeholder didn't have time to review it. So ensuring that stakeholders have come prepared to your meeting 48 to 72 hours in advance will help prepare the stakeholders. Sending the right material to them, ensuring that they have read it is extremely important, right? Preparation for elicitation. And then they say sometimes, some of the business analysts, they have good conversations, but sometimes conversations are not enough. They're not sufficient. You know why? Why do you think sometimes, guys, just having a good conversation with stakeholder and both the parties leaving happy from that conference room or meeting is not sufficient or enough? Why do you think so?
They may think they understand each other, but they might not.
Very good. Absolutely. They may understand each other, or expectations have been understood, but they have not been. Okay, that could be one of the reasons. What else?
Some things that they say needs to be backed by data or facts, and until that's provided, we can't fully trust that perspective.
Absolutely. Or the stakeholder is talking about the current, is talking about the future state or the solution, but you want information on the current state. That clarity doesn't exist, right? Conversations are taking place, but the stakeholder is talking about the current state. Sometimes the business analyst, because they have just joined the project, may not have full understanding of the current state, right? That's why last week I said a good business analyst develops the big picture extremely soon, right? Very soon. I have the business context diagram or a process map in my head. Why? Because business analysis is a game of these ideas. This is the game of business analysis here. A business analyst works with stakeholders and systems, processes that connect these people with system, the underlying relationship that define this idea of people, processes, and system and the relationships. Sometimes neither the stakeholder understands the people, processes, systems, and the relationship. Maybe they are new. Or sometimes the stakeholder is just way too excited and they start talking about how are we going to get to the future state. Business analysis starts with what? It's all about the what, right? Because if you were to look at some of the great entrepreneurs and you were to look at some of the things that they have said, including Steve Jobs, because I continue to go back to Steve Jobs because of the purity of requirement they have on their products, and no one can deny it, right? So Steve Jobs continued to say this. He continued this statement, right? He always said this, that if you understand the what or the problem, you have solved it 90%. The idea of what, not how, not when, what first. What is the problem, or what is the current state? So the slide is about is conversation. Sometimes some conversations are good. We should have good conversations, but conversations sometimes do not ensure confirmation of understanding. Someone said they may think they understand, and someone else came up with something else, like in the class today, said data to back that conversation. Absolutely. A good business analyst is ensuring that conversations are meaningful and are leading to value by asking probing questions, not just having conversation. And this is what elicitation is all about. When you're preparing for elicitation, prepare your stakeholder by providing relevant documentation. not documentation, relevant documentation. Prepare them. When they come in the room, they're ready. They have feedback for you on the documentation that has been said. You are also ensuring that the focus remains on the context. If it is the current state you want to understand, you continue to drive back the conversation to the current state and back that conversation with the right kind of probing questions based on your understanding as of now. Your understanding comes from your understanding of the context of business by understanding people, processes, systems, and the relationships that bind them. That's what a good business analyst is. The work of a BA is initially to kind of like understand these three ideas. What forms an organization is people, processes, and systems, and much more that we're going to learn about how to define current state in the very next class. Very interesting topic, another extremely interesting topic. It blew my mind when I first time looked at current state. It was just not a mere process map of swim lanes. There was much more to that. But at least at a bare minimum in the beginning, understand these components and the relationship that exists. Once you go with that understanding, now you are ready to ask questions. Right now, you're ready to ask the questions, the right questions, and probe the stakeholder by using some techniques, right? Probing questions using some techniques. So that's prepare for elicitation. Stakeholders, very important. If the elicitation activity is going to take place on 24th of June, it is very important to understand who are these stakeholders that I would like in the room or on the call that are going to provide responses to some of the questions I may have, that are going to give me additional clarity that is required to support the requirements, and stakeholders that to do this, to understand your stakeholders who should participate in your activity, you should look at your stakeholder register. Remember the map that we created, the map of influence, interest, influence and interest, and understand those high value stakeholders. Maybe you would look at the onion diagram, maybe. Talk to a SME and see who else should come. Talk to your reporting manager. Maybe based on their experience, they will be able to guide you and say, well, for this activity, one stakeholder is sufficient, or you may want to include 2 or 3 other stakeholders to get all the information that you need from your stakeholder. So prepare for elicitation. Prepare. The idea of preparing for elicitation is to ensure you are prepared with the scope of activity, and your stakeholder comes prepared in the meeting. And when that has happened 48 to 72 hours in advance and comes 24th of June, you are conducting the meeting. You are conducting the meeting, and there are some etiquettes for meeting that IIBA has presented as part of, they've elaborated it in chapter number 10, some etiquettes for meeting. If there was time, I'm going to talk about some of those etiquettes for facilitating an effective session. You all are doing it right now. But I'll just say from IIBA standpoint and some of the PMOs that are using the style that I'm going to present, and you could maybe doing everything that IIBA is presenting, or some of the PMOs that are using right now. Or you may say, well, I could take some of the best practices from here and incorporate it in how I facilitate my sessions. So conduct. So when we conduct elicitation, right? Conduct elicitation means now that is the day when you're going to meet your subject matter expert, your business lead, and you are conducting that interview, right? Conducting. So conducting interview is about guiding the session well. Or conducting elicitation is about guiding the session. About guiding the session. A good business analyst will guide the session, right? They will ensure that they're guiding the session. And the session, that when you're conducting activity, it could be collaborative. You're having a meeting, collaborative. This elicitation that you're conducting with stakeholder could also be a research. You stakeholder and you are sitting together and you are looking at TD Bank and their new feature that has come out, and you're saying, let's take a look at this. What is this? Or it could also be, maybe you have a prototype in front of you and you are experimenting. So elicitation, the idea of elicitation, sometimes you will collaborate with stakeholders. Sometimes you will conduct research, maybe with stakeholders, or sometimes you may do the research and bring it to the stakeholders to ensure that it gets validated. You know, in business analysis in our world, the work that we do, unless and until it is not validated by our stakeholder, it is not there yet, right? It's not there, it's incomplete. It's incomplete. So the work that we do, whether it is a meeting that we had with our stakeholder, in the end, we should confirm the understanding by sending the updated material. If we have conducted research on our own, it is very important to take that research to our stakeholder and say, this is what I did. I knew that we had to look at it. I already did it. I brought it to you. Now I need your feedback on this. And if you're doing experiment in a controlled environment with your stakeholder, ensure that you get to continue to engage with them and see that it's going in the right direction. Or if you're doing it on your own, you must document the step of the experiment and then take it to your stakeholder and show the outcome or output to them. Very important in business analysis. All the work that we do must be validated. Unless and until you have been bestowed the authority that whatever you will do, it's a sign off. There will be some components where you may not have to socialize. I personally believe that everything must be socialized with stakeholders, but business analysts have also been bestowed, delegated certain level of authority. Within your authority, if it is not required, maybe, but generally all the work that we do must be validated by our stakeholders, because we are capturing the perspective of stakeholders. These requirements are not our requirements. These are our key stakeholders' requirements and needs. It is their perspective that we are capturing. Very important perspective, right? To capture that perspective, you may conduct collaborative exercises. You may conduct research. You may conduct experiment. The idea is always, the one idea is all these activities are being conducted to capture stakeholders' perspective. And I'm going to very soon present to you this range of different activities that you could use to elicit information from your stakeholders. So conducting elicitation, some of the elements, important elements is during the time when you're facilitating the meeting, the interview, the workshop, or other techniques that you will see, should guide the session, right? We should guide the session. Sometimes guiding the session is done by following an agreed upon agenda. You know, it is so important for a small meeting, small meeting, or for a meeting where there are diverse stakeholders sitting in dispersed locations, 35 stakeholders sitting in dispersed location, varied level of authority, small meeting or this large meeting. Always ensure that you send out an agreed upon agenda. Agenda should be agreed upon. Send out an agenda and ask everyone, is everyone okay with this agenda? You do this 48 to 72 hours in advance, unless and until there is a meeting that needs to happen next hour, right? Next hour, because there will be situations when you will be like, well, we need an immediate solution for some problem that has occurred. Barring those cases, for all the elicitation work that we will do, we should ensure that our stakeholders agree with the agenda. and each item must be allocated some time. This is one of the ground rules that most of the business analysts follow in large organizations where stakeholders come with varied level of authority. Otherwise, your meeting is going to go off the rail in no time, right? People with power, when they come to the meeting, and sometimes you will find yourself the person with least authority in the room. It's okay, right? That's why they say guide the session, and the only way to guide the session is when you have an agreed upon agenda with time allocated to each item. So even if there is a powerful stakeholder sitting in the room, and if their item from 1 hour has been given 5 minutes, the moment business analyst sees 5 minutes is surpassed, the discussion is politely requested to be taken offline, right? You politely request it to be taken offline. The goal of a meeting or elicitation session should be to focus on the most valuable items. Not items, we should not focus on the highest paid person's opinion. Agenda should be driven by the value associated with each item in your agenda, right? Those items should be the high priority items that will generate 80% of the value for you, 90% of the value for you. Discuss them first, allocate more time towards them, not allocate more time to agenda because a certain stakeholder has a lot of power or influence, right? Based on value. As when you're conducting the session, there was a time when business analysts would always have a scribe with them. They will always have this scribe with them, and the scribe will go with them. And in the US, we'll have facilitating the session, the scribe is taking the meeting minutes, or a PCO will be there. Not anymore. Now we are expected to drive our sessions and also simultaneously update the material in the meeting, right? People see live, real time what's happening. There is no lag. I don't mind it, right? Capturing elicitation result during and after the session has ended. So during and after. Expectation is keep it as real time as possible nowadays. Let stakeholders see what they said being incorporated in that document that is being socialized, that is being shared, that is being reviewed, right? Let it be real time. Let people see, right? It's okay to type slow. It's okay. It doesn't matter to type fast as long as stakeholders see that their updates are being made. What happens is there are two things that happen because of that. One, you reduce the risk of error and misinterpretation. That's one. Second, by leaving everything to the end, there is a good chance that human error or we will forget something. Because in the meeting, there's so many people who start chiming at some point of time. There will be something, if there is no scribe available, there will be something that will be missed. So capture elicitation results during and after. And if it is a meeting that is mission critical, for example, I'll give you an example of RBC itself. We were a small business, right? Personal banking small business team. We had a VP, and I had the PMO under the VP. And once the VP, before the VP was leaving, they decided to conduct a meeting with everyone, and they came up with a vision, a plan from 2010, when they were leaving in 2010 to 2015. They were promoted, they were going to the risk side in RBC, and they were promoted, and they said 2010 to 2015 plan, socializing. We had a business analyst. In the PMO, we had four business analysts, I think. We had 2-3 project managers. This was my last month, or my 3 months were left. In that meeting, I was the scribe. I said, I'm going to scribe. We didn't want to miss the leader's vision. So I scribed in the meeting, right? Scribed the entire thing in the meeting. And there was another person who scribed because we didn't want to miss any component of that meeting. Critical meetings is important if you can take a peer with you and say, could you help me in this? And that is one of the means of cross-pollination. when someone else also knows what's happening on your project. And it's another set of eyes. It's not bad, right? When you're working on a critical project and you're having a critical facilitation session where there will be a lot of conversation about some critical requirements of a critical project, it's important to engage someone to scribe, right? I have had PMs scribe for BAs. There have been times when PMs have scribed for BAs because the timeline, the schedule has been so critical that they said, man, we got to do this in a collaborative fashion. We do this in a collaborative fashion. So conduct elicitation, guide the session well, continue to capture the results, try to make it real time. And if you're working if it is a critical meeting, ensure that you have someone helping you out there a little bit, right? If the group is 50 people sitting in a room, mission critical project, schedule is a huge constraint and you got to deliver in time. You don't want to miss anything in this session because bringing all these people in the room will be very difficult again. It's very important to engage someone, a peer business analyst who could scribe in the meeting along with you, right? Risk of errors and omissions can be considerably reduced. PMI says, well, when you are conducting the meeting, look at what you prepared, that plan that you prepared, your elicitation plan. So remember, prepare for elicitation. The output was the elicitation plan. And it becomes, continue to look at that plan when you're conducting that activity, because the plan has a list of stakeholders, the plan has the technique that you're using, the plan has the supporting material. Use that when you're conducting the elicitation. Use that agenda that you created and follow the agenda and guide the session based on the agenda. Anytime you feel a certain item has surpassed the time allocated to it, request it to be taken offline, politely request it to be taken offline. Engage with the stakeholders later on, right? Respect other people's time. One of the CBAP exam question. You're conducting a meeting, one of the stakeholders is extremely disruptive. Time allocated to that item that was to be discussed with the stakeholder has already lapsed or elapsed. What should you do? Politely request this stakeholder that their item will be taken offline and you're going to schedule another meeting with them, right? So output, when you conduct elicitation activity, let's just say we talked about that interview. So now on 24th of June, you had the interview. Now you had the interview. So today, let's say today is 24th of June, you had the interview with your stakeholders, stakeholder interview with business lead and their delegate. When the meeting ended, when the 30 minutes interview ended, the outcome was elicitation results. You got some information. The questionnaire that you had for them, you got most of the responses. The results of elicitation came out. However, they are not confirmed yet. They are unconfirmed result. You know what a BA does? Until and unless after the meeting, that interview that took place, till the business analyst did not compile the outcome of the interview and some supportive material that was updated, till we send it to the stakeholder, the business lead, and they said, I confirm that whatever was captured in the interview is here. Or just writing an email. Hi, Susan, here you go. We had a meeting. Thank you so much for your time. And here are some of the summary points of the meeting. Kindly confirm that I've captured everything that was said, right? And here is the attached updated document based on some of the feedback that you provided. The moment they say I confirm everything is here, or the moment they say, well, I concur. However, could you add requirement number 3, could you add this additional information? You said, okay, done. Now it's done. Everything is done, right? So conduct elicitation, unconfirmed results. Now look, this output becomes input to the next task. And after conducting elicitation, folks, what was the third task, third sequential task? Prepare, conduct, and
Confirm elicitation.
Confirm, absolutely, confirm. So confirm what? Confirm the output from conduct elicitation, send it back. That's why I said you could do all the work in business analysis. Unless and until that information is validated by stakeholder, it is deemed incomplete. It is incomplete. So confirm, and next task is confirm the elicitation results, right? Confirm the elicitation results with your stakeholder. The input here is the output of the previous task. So you see that in sequential activities, how one work component, the outcome becomes input to another task, and how that input, you use that input to guide that certain activity or task, and then the output becomes input to another task. But here, there are 3 sequential tasks. So this will happen twice, from prepare, output, to conduct, from conduct to confirm. So confirm, compare the results of your elicitation against what you had prior to the meeting and any other results that you may have. The idea is compile everything together. The idea of confirm elicitation result is send compiled, updated information to your stakeholder. Right? Confirm the result, send these compiled information to your stakeholder. So confirm elicitation results. Some of the techniques that you may use are document analysis. To confirm, you may pick up the phone and ask the stakeholder one more time, quickly, 2 minutes. Can I have you 5 minutes? I just want to confirm one of the feedback that you provided. It could be the review that you conduct. Maybe bring another peer and have a peer review of the information before you send it out. Or it could be also a workshop that you may have with some of the stakeholders to confirm the elicitation result. Some of the stakeholders that will participate in this activity of confirming is, so confirming is you, the BA, sending the information that is updated to the stakeholder with whom you had that elicitation activity. Now, this information sharing could happen using document review, could happen using an interview, could happen using a review, could happen using a workshop, or could just happen using flipping the document review, flipping the document updated material to, generally flipping the updated material to the stakeholder and asking for their confirmation. So they can review the document on their side, confirm that whatever was said in the meeting has been captured. So the idea of this knowledge area called elicitation and collaboration is to prepare, conduct, and confirm. And you could use any technique. You could use an interview, you could be doing a workshop, you could be doing document analysis. The idea is prepare, conduct, confirm. And during this journey of this activity and going through prepare, conduct, and confirm, we must continue to communicate BA information and continue to ensure that stakeholders remain engaged throughout. Any questions thus far, guys? Any questions? We good? Good. Something that we do on day-to-day basis. What do you think? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So, okay. So the next task is the two tasks that continue to happen throughout are new slide. And let's just close this a second because it continues to come back to us then. Shut down and so on. We'll go back again, open RBC stack. The fourth task and the fifth task are things that continue to happen from beginning to the end, as we showed in that picture that we built together in the beginning. So right here, right? So the fourth task and the fifth task continues to happen throughout this journey from preparation for elicitation to confirming elicitation results. Now, as part of communicating the BA information, business analysis information, look, the idea is not how much. The idea is not how much information needs to be sent. The idea is relevant information. Always focusing on value. Remember, let's go back to the business analysis core concept model. It was everything that we do in business analysis revolves around stakeholders. Stakeholders have needs. These needs will be addressed by creating solutions. Solutions will bring change. And when we are doing all this work, we must remain in context, within the context of change. And in the end, all the work that we do generates value. This is the idea of business analysis, right? So when you're communicating the business analysis information, we should never steer away from this idea, the business analysis core concept model. Don't steer away from it. When you think about a task, let's say task 4, think about your stakeholder, communicate business analysis information. Who am I supposed to communicate the information to? What is the need here, right? So that you keep your information as relevant as possible. How would it help me build the solution? What kind of change is going to come? What is my context of this activity? And what value am I looking to deliver from these 2 hours that I want to spend with my stakeholders? As long as you continue to bring every task, so whatever work you do, if you're going to, let's say next week, you will be allocated to a critical project. On the wall, somewhere, on a desk, create this sheet with these 6 items on it. And continue to monitor these 6 items every time you are performing a critical activity. You will invariably find yourself identifying things that maybe generally you didn't identify. For me, even today, like yesterday when we were in Ford Motors, something came up. Someone had asked a question. It was lunch break. After the lunch break, during the lunch break, I just put that question in this perspective. Project management and business analysis revolves around these 6 areas. If you continue to revisit these 6 areas, you will see that you will continue to identify things that generally you didn't identify before, right? We all need a context for discussion. We all need a context for processing our thinking and thoughts. This business analysis core concept model, which has been picked up from another management philosophy, just makes total sense to a business analyst. That's why in BABA Guide, you will see this highlighted as part of each and every knowledge area, each and every task. They will say, look at this. right? So when you're communicating business analysis information, ensure that the information that you're sharing should generate value. It should be relevant, right? It should be relevant. When you're sending the email, they say, go to the extent of watching your tone, style, and language, right? Clarity and removing. And the most important thing is when you write a message, remove any associated noise from that message. When you write or craft a message, remove any associated noise from that message. So folks, what does noise mean? What do you think? What do I mean by noise? What do you guys think? Let's hear it from you a little bit.
Redundant information.
Okay, someone said redundant information, or let's say poorly crafted message could be noise. I agree.
Yeah.
Poorly crafted message could be noise. What else could be noise?
Info that doesn't provide value.
Info that doesn't, redundant information, good. Info that doesn't, poorly crafted message, and poorly written message also. Info that doesn't provide value. What else? Okay, let's hear it, folks. We are 8 of us here. We can hear 8 suggestions from all of you. What else can be called noise?
So if you, like you said earlier, if you're, let's say your meeting's about current state and they start talking about future state, like that's not important for the agenda of the meeting.
Absolutely, clarity, having clarity about what's going on. Good, that's noise too. Let me define noise for all of us here. Then maybe the discussion will become easier. So noise is, how do we define noise? In our world of business analysis, we can't eliminate noise, but we can definitely reduce the impact of noise. Noise is any hindrance or barrier in information communication. Someone said noise is poorly crafted message. They said redundant information. Someone said noise is, well, there is no value, associated value. No value is coming out of that. That's noise too. A lot of grammar mistake, poorly crafted grammar mistakes. Not understanding the culture, diversity in your group, and crafting messages based on your experience, your belief system is noise, because people may not be able to comprehend what you're trying to say. Right now, we are having conversation here. Suddenly, the internet or the communication technology becomes disruptive and there is a lot of lag. That is also noise. Communication method. So noise is any barrier which becomes any barrier in information sharing that will hinder recipients' ability to comprehend your message, right? So look, you sent an email to 5 stakeholders and all 5 stakeholders understood it differently. Classic example of a poorly crafted message. Classic example of too much information. Classic example of not understanding our stakeholders' perspective. Classic example of not understanding, presenting your belief system, but not understanding other people's beliefs. So crafting a message and removing barriers that may hinder recipients' ability to comprehend, understand your message is critical in business analysis, right? So communicate, in one of the recent exam question has been around communication of business analysis. Great that we package information and we should continue to send it in different phases, from preparation to conducting to confirming. We should do this. It's great, right? As long as you know that you can answer one question, or generally in your organization, you can reduce a lot of risks in communication. What information? Crafting the message, removing other noises, no grammar errors accepted in our world of business analysis, understanding diversity in your group and accordingly crafting the message, right? Being sensitive to the background from where people are coming from, being sensitive and accordingly crafting our messages is extremely, extremely important. So IIBA says language, tone, style. Tailor it, customize it to your stakeholders so that they understand. If I send a message to 10 stakeholders, they must all build common. It should lead to building common understanding and consensus, not division among stakeholders. 3 feel that we are going in direction Y. 2 feel this message says that we have to go in direction Y-1, and some feel no, actually it's saying we're going south, we have to go north. They start thinking we're going to go north. Look, messages should be all the information that we share should help us build common understanding. And only when a business analyst is able to build common understanding by sharing information is when consensus forming takes place, right? Our world of business analysis is all about common understanding. The day you have common understanding with stakeholders, consensus will be formed. The day consensus is formed, approval and sign-off will also happen, right? You can't expect a sign-off without common understanding. Keep that in mind, underlying principle of business analysis, right? It's not just a school of thought, it's one of the core principles of business analysis. So communicate business analysis, keep it relevant, determine the objectives and format of communication. We said package all the information together. Don't send one email and follow it with another. Whatever information, whatever happened as part of preparation, one package. As part of conducting elicitation, one package. As part of confirming elicitation result, one package. Package it well, right? Package it well, and the information should be sent always based on the way of working, predictive or adaptive. So communicate business analysis information, do it from beginning to the end, right? Don't create bottlenecks in communication sharing. Continue to do this with your stakeholders, and only when you will continue to communicate stakeholder information with stakeholder is when engagement will happen, right? So sometimes people have asked me this in BA sessions, said communication. So we tell them this, said, you know, the day we understand the definition of communication, many problems are resolved for us, right? Our thinking, the clarity in thinking comes. Communication is two-way relay of information. That's what communication is. It is information. Sometimes people feel that when we are having verbal dialogue or conversation, that's not relay of information. We kind of like so many agreements are unsaid, right? People, when you meet your stakeholder and you have a conversation, stakeholders start feeling that there is an agreement now. So two-way relay of information. This relay of information could be verbal. It could be based on body language. I understood so. Stakeholders will be like, I understood so. They didn't never said it. They said, I understood so, looking at your body language. Considering 68 to 90% of the communication is just mere body language. So relay of information could be verbal, it could be body language, it could be written, and it could be coached also sometimes. right? So two-way relay of information.
Sorry, what was the last one you just mentioned?
So it could be, so teaching also is a way of relaying information, right? According to the guide standard of business analysis. So, and nowadays, IIBA, when they're drafting the new standard and we were reviewing the new standard, it said emotions expressed through emoji is also information, right? Anything that could be codified, explicit. Look, information is anything that could be codified, explicit, and anything that cannot be codified, tacit. If we had time today, we'll kind of like shed some light on this. It's a new phenomena that's emerging in various organizations right now. They're not just focused on what can be codified. They're also looking at tacit information, tacit knowledge, explicit knowledge, anything that is codified, tacit knowledge. Sometimes that cannot be codified. We'll talk about it if we have time, a little bit out of scope. So two-way relay of information between a sender and a receiver, right? That's what information is, two-way relay of information between a sender and the receiver. It is deemed effective only if, let's remove this. If you want to know about explicit and tacit, someone can remind me during the class if you feel that that could be something you would like to know, right? So two-way relay of information between a sender and a receiver, it is deemed effective only if, so let's number them, 1, 2, 3. It is deemed effective only if we continue to create feedback loops and act on feedback. Then communication is completed. Just a mere dialogue. That's why when we put one slide up in the beginning, said just having conversations is not enough, right? You will continue to receive feedback, and we must continue to present this ability to consume the feedback, act on it, and continue to improve. Information, verbal, written, right? Unsaid, body language, so many different methods of communicating. Now they say emotions are expressed through emojis. So right here, two-way relay of information between a sender and a receiver, it is deemed effective only if when we continue to act on the feedback. And actually they say act on the feedback instantly. No delay, no lag. And between stakeholders, when we relay information in a timely fashion to our stakeholders, it is at this time good communication. So we say, oh, I am not able to engage with my stakeholders. You know why we are not sometimes able to engage with our stakeholders, or stakeholders feel that this relationship is not important for them with a BA? Sometimes stakeholders start feeling that. You know why? Because they feel that the information you provide is redundant to them, because the information you provide is of no value to them, or information you provide them is exactly same as someone who reports to them. Customize, tailor information for engagement. Very important. Look, nobody taught us this, but it was common sense for us in the beginning of our career. When a sponsor said something to us, we said, well, not going to send the sponsor, not going to send them the PRD. Going to send them a deck with 3 slides, clearly speaking about the current state of PRD, high-level requirements, status on it. Is it in the development stage? Is it in a review stage? Or is it in the sign-off stage? 3 slides spoke the story of the PRD to the sponsor. Sponsor loved the idea. I said, whoa, I don't have to go through this 40-page document. Someone provided me the view that I need. Then the business lead got the business lead, had a quick face-to-face meeting, reviewed the BRD. I communicated with my business lead by having face-to-face meetings like what we are having right now, socializing my BRD on Jira or Confluence, walking them through it, saying 15 minutes of your time, but I want to do it in real time, right? Do not steer away from real-time methods if they are available to you, right? Do not steer away from them. That's why, most of the organizations are saying, and even your CEO, David Mackay, when he said people need to come to the work for 3 days from 2 days, and Digital Factory now it's almost getting to 4 days. He said, because our productivity and our innovation is at historical low. If you look at some of the statements that have been made about a year and a half ago when everyone started pushing people to come to work, our innovation and productivity is historically low. This is our David Mackay, our CEO, saying this. Because when we co-locate, right? So look, why such high stress? Some of us do not want to co-locate, but why is high stress on co-location? When we co-locate means virtually co-locate also, right? Fish bowls are created nowadays, so many things. When we co-locate, why such high stress on co-location? When we co-locate, information or knowledge sharing takes place. When knowledge sharing takes place is when cross-pollination happens. And we all know bees, the great work that the bees do for us, and how bees have. Agriculture has been so horizontal. It's been horizontal. If you see horizontally, right, along the equinox, you'll see same kind of farming going on everywhere. It's horizontal. Bees have done such a phenomenal job at taking seeds, pollen from one place to another. Winds, right? So the same idea, when people co-locate, knowledge starts spreading, knowledge sharing starts. When knowledge sharing starts, cross-pollination happens. When cross-pollination happens, T-shaped individuals are created, T-shaped, or journalizing specialists are created, specialists. And journalizing specialists are those specialists who know. So as for you, if you are a journalizing specialist, you know about business analysis, this vertical, but you also now, because you are co-located, have learned about what an API call is. You have learned about how does a system behave. You have learned about databases. Every now and then, you also support your business lead in performing UAT and PAT testing. You know how to write test cases. How did this happen? If you were working in your own vertical, would you become a generalizing specialist? No. Cross-pollination has happened because we get co-located virtually or physically. And people start talking, discussing, sharing, because most of the organizations are saying that the best training is peer conversations lead to best training, right? Best training happens in peer conversations. So co-location is the key. And there is a phenomena that happens. It's called osmosis. A concept that comes from physics, when some molecules from lower density start moving towards higher density, or from higher density to lower density, to create a balance. Highly knowledgeable resource, when they start speaking in a co-located environment, and other people, maybe they're not deliberately listening, but because this information is being relayed all the time from these resources who are highly knowledgeable, what is happening is other people just because they are listening. And this is the greatest gift to humans, for us to consume information without even sometimes thinking. Just like an infant, how did an infant pick up a language? I don't know one parent who has ever told me that their child learned language because they sent them to school. The child picked up Russian, the child picked up French because both the languages were being spoken in the house. By fourth, they were speaking fluently. By fourth or the fifth year, they were fluent in both the languages. We didn't send them to school. This is the human mind. That's how it functions, the brain, right? So osmosis is a phenomena where it's a phenomena and of co-location. It happens to teams that are co-located, and that's why there is such a high stress on co-location, bringing people back to office, asking them to sit together and have conversations, because the only way to innovate is to have those conversations with each other, right? Creativity increases. That's why, right? That's what we heard in that press conference from David Mackay. And from 2 days, it became 3 days. From 3 days for some groups who really need to be extremely creative, it has become 4 days now, right? So there is a reason for communication of business analysis information. We said idea is to engage. When a stakeholder feels that the information that is being provided to stakeholder is meaningful, is relevant, is helping them make decisions, they engage with you. And they continue to engage with you because they find a lot of value in it. So folks, question for you, quick question. Communication of business analysis information. How frequently should it happen? What do you guys think? Is there some kind of a rule of thumb for this? Let's hear it from all of you. We'll start with Agustin. Agustin, is there some rule of thumb for communicating business analysis information? Do you?
I think no, but it should be constant, updating the stakeholders.
Okay, good. Very good. It should be constant, right? As and when required, never hesitating to push information towards stakeholder as need basis and providing relevant information. Let's hear from 330 Front Street, Nadia and Christian. What do you guys think? Both of your opinion on this. Is there any rule of thumb that you follow for sharing information?
I think it should be also constant, but especially when things change, and the approach again to be proactive and not adaptive. I would say it's especially important that we set out guidelines and give the information and be prepared for things like when we set up stakeholder calls and meetings. That's especially important at those times. Proactive,
not reactive, right? So absolutely, I agree with you. Stakeholder business analysts should be extremely resilient. Look at our project. Stakeholders will get added and stakeholders will also move on. You will see that during the course of your project, 1-year project also, you will see that happen all the time. Team members will be added. Some of them will be disbanded, right? They will move on to greener pastures, new pastures. But a business analyst continues to remain resilient, adaptive. We are hearing, right? Keep the information consistent. There is no such rule of thumb. How often should we be sending information? When required, when there is a need. But I think the rule of thumb can be make the information relevant, customize the information and tailor it when you are socializing with stakeholders, and ensure that you do it in a timely fashion, because someone is waiting for information from you to make decisions. For I think all of us will say the same thing what Agustin said and what we heard from Nadia. So there is no such rule of thumb except for tailoring information, except for customizing information to the needs, except for adding value to that information, right? And making it as relevant as possible. But if you have anything else apart from what we heard, I'd be happy to hear it from you. Anything else that anyone would like to add? Okay, next question could be, are these things making sense to everyone? Because it's so quiet, sometimes I wonder, are we moving in the right direction? My question, just a feedback question for you.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Everyone is good? Okay, all right. All righty. So final topic from this this knowledge area, which is elicitation and collaboration, is managing stakeholders collaboration. Look, information and stakeholders. Take a look at information on one side and stakeholders on other side. What brings these two entities together, what brings them together, right, is our ability to communicate. Communicate could be verbal, could be written, could be both written and verbal, could be a picture, right? A like it's a codified information that can be codified. Some information and stakeholders, how do you bring it together? Is by communicating effectively. And how do we communicating effectively when you use the right kind of method of communication? Sometimes we say verbal communication will be the right thing to do. A conversation, a dialogue is good. Sometimes we say, well, I need this document and I need to send a written confirmation or information to my stakeholder. Sometimes we'll say, well, we just need to have a workshop and we want to share information with everyone, relay information to everyone, different methods of communication. Sometimes we say, well, I thought so, so I must do this. Body language also. But anytime you understand anything via body language. So if you understand that a stakeholder has confirmed their understanding, but this understanding is through body language, what should be BA's next step? A recent CBAP question.
Have an in-person meeting, don't have a virtual meeting with that stakeholder so you can see their body language?
No, so if you felt that stakeholder have given you consent based on body language, what should be your next step? A better
Get
way of
it
putting
in
that.
writing.
Formalize it explicitly.
Confirm.
Explicitly or validate that, isn't it? Leave nothing to assumption. Leave nothing to assumption. And you all must have seen that you were right so many times, but in the room with stakeholders, suddenly it was like, this was not said. I understood it differently and it was very clear. But because it was undocumented, because it was never validated, there you go, suddenly in front of 15 people, the sign-off got delayed now. Has it happened to anyone? It has happened to me numerous times actually in my career. So because somewhere assumptions were not validated. So anytime there you feel that this is implied, maybe ask a question, explicit, be explicit about it. Absolutely. So business analysis, what you see more and more, I can continue to present these ideas to you. You will continue to see that this is becoming common sense. This is common sense. This is common sense. The only risk sometimes is that because we feel that this is understood and we do not kind of like ask a probing question there, or maybe are not very explicit with it, or maybe don't document it, we have a risk that emerges, right? So manage stakeholder collaboration. It's not about how many stakeholders are in the room. I always say that's not about how many stakeholders. It's about having the right people in the room. Right people with whom you will have conversation and you're going to get clarity. You're going to get responses and you're going to get consensus from them. And then you can move on, right? Sometimes you will meet a stakeholder, neither you will get clarity, nor you will get consensus with them, and you will also not get responses. The reason is gap in knowledge. So identifying those stakeholders that have adequate knowledge or subject matter expertise in that domain. The domain. Now, domain is defined as area that is undergoing analysis. That's what domain for a business analyst is. Domain for us is not banking, folks. That's our industry. That's our vertical. Domain for a business analyst who is working on a project is the area that is undergoing analysis. So when we start working with stakeholders, we must look for stakeholders who are right stakeholder. IIBA says, look for the right stakeholders, but really look for the stakeholders that bring the domain expertise in the area that is undergoing analysis, that is undergoing a change. You need to bring those stakeholders in the room. You need to have that conversation with the stakeholder. And one more time, I will say, for a business analyst, it's all about understanding people, systems, processes that connect these systems, and the relationships that form bring these three entities together, what relationships that bind them, right? A good business analyst, that's one of the first things that they do on a project: people, processes, and systems. Sometimes if anyone has ever written ITIL certification, they will say it's all about the 4P: people, processes, products, and partners. This is what it is. Our work of a business analyst, our 4Ps actually, right? And that's what standards do to you. Standards provide you information that encourage certain level of thinking, right? When you read a standard, it encourages you, it pushes you to think a little bit harder because it presents to you certain analogies that have been used, and some of the organizations have been successful using them, right? So a good business analyst will think about these ideas early on. Think about the relationships that bind everything together, and identifying those right stakeholders so that you are engaging with those stakeholders that will help you move from one stage to the next stage, right? Some of the inputs, tasks, and outputs. Task is managing collaboration with stakeholders. What is available to you? Look at the approach. Look at some of the artifacts that you have already created. Manage stakeholder collaboration, and output is you're able to create an engagement plan for elicitation activities. You're able to, at different stages of these elicitation activities, you're able to have the right kind of engagement with stakeholders. So in real world, we continue to idea here that IIBA is kind of like relaying to all the practitioners is that, look, it is all about preparing, conducting, and confirming. That's the whole idea: prepare, conduct, confirm. But during this journey, don't forget that information must be provided to stakeholders in a timely fashion, and engagement must continue to happen with stakeholders. And the reminder is, stakeholders will be engaged when you provide them with, when you communicate with them, and just communication or dialogue is not sufficient. You must provide them with adequate information in a timely fashion during this journey of elicitation or extracting information, bringing forth information from stakeholders. So from here on, instead of using the word collect, gather requirements of stakeholders, let's start using the term elicitation or elicit, which means to draw out or bring forward or forth. All this by asking probing questions, probing questions, and using right techniques. And this is what we'll talk about now. This lesson is not complete. We've just completed 5 tasks, but there is this component of techniques, 10 techniques associated with extracting information. In the beginning, we were asking questions. We had those 3 questions for everyone. I said, well, guys, how do you extract information? Katrina got that question and said, well, I would conduct workshops. I would, of course, do document analysis. That is a prerequisite. And I said interviews too, right? And now let's talk about other techniques that you could use as a business analyst to extract information. But before we go there, so how about lunch at 12:30 and come back at 1:30? Everyone good with that?
Yeah.
Good. So in 9 minutes, what I'll do is I will present to you a framework of different techniques, different techniques that you could use with your stakeholders to extract information. But before I present that framework to you, how about I ask you a question? You will choose a technique based on your expertise with a certain technique or some other reason.
It should be choose based on what's the most appropriate for the situation.
What's the most appropriate for the situation? Okay, can we add some more to this? What would be the most appropriate for the situation? And fill in the blanks.
Stakeholders.
Absolutely, right? Situation and stakeholders. You are trying to interview the stakeholder that works 9 to 5 and have no time for you, right? Are you still 3 days have passed, 4 days have passed, you're still trying to interview them? You're trying to interview someone where there is a language barrier, but you're going to interview them? No, you're not, right? Situation, of course, and second, audience, your stakeholders. It's not about your expertise with the technique. It's about your stakeholder and their need. Think about your stakeholder and accordingly adapt to their needs, right? So 7 minutes, I'm going to present that picture to you, which everyone has liked up till now. I'm hoping all of you will also like that picture of different techniques that you could use. And then when we come back after lunch, we'll elaborate on that, because requirement lifecycle management is a very, very simple principle, right? So we'll elaborate on that when we come back. So here we go. Let's put a new slide and look at this. The different techniques, but before we go there, we'll say choose technique to elicit info based on situation and stakeholders. And techniques, let's make it colorful. Our stakeholders are diverse, so are techniques. Can everyone see techniques? Because
Yes.
the other day someone said it became too colorful and they were not able to read it. So techniques. And we like to say P3, dip of ribs. Using a technique to using the right technique is like taking ribs with dip for your stakeholders. What are these different techniques? We have 5 more minutes. We'll say, someone said, document analysis. said interviews. P3, first it used to be prototype, but now we are saying process analysis leading to creating models, process models or process maps. Observation, focus groups, requirement workshops, but formerly we used to call it requirement workshops, but now we have changed to requirement just workshops, because it's not just requirement workshops. Sometimes we'll also conduct technical workshops. Sometimes we will just have workshops. So we'll write down requirement workshops, but now we're saying just workshops. It could be requirement workshop, it could be a chat session, it could be some other technical design session, right? Workshop. The other I, in our world, we call it interface analysis. However, it has been given a new name to simplify it, something that we built together last week, the business context diagram. Question for you. When do you create a business context diagram on your project? What is the right time? Right at the end of the project? Or do you think this should be done
The beginning?
as early as possible? Generally, I like to steer away from using the terms like beginning, middle. I'll say as early as possible. If I join the project midway through, I'll still create a business context diagram, because if I'm a new business analyst, I've never worked with IM. Someone quit or someone moved on to a role of a BA manager. There was a vacant spot, and the project they were working on now, I'm supposed to join that. When I come in, my first day is about establish the context of business. Let me understand the people, the processes, the systems, how the data moves here, and how do all these, what are the relationship among these components? I want to build that. I want to understand that at any stage, as early as possible, as early as feasible, are usually right choices on CBAP certification and generally from operational standpoint also. B is for brainstorming. And sometimes you could elicit information using surveys and questionnaires also. Surveys or questionnaire, right? So these are some of the techniques that have been discussed as part of our elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. If you were to go and look at lesson number 10 of Babok Guide, you're going to find these 15 techniques there, 13 or 14 techniques there, plus one or two more which are related to these, right? So look at this. Of the 50 techniques that are listed in lesson number 10, which is the techniques lesson, we'll continue to talk about these techniques during our session because we don't have so many sessions to go over everything. So we'll continue to talk about each and every technique that is listed there, most of them, I should say. And when we come back after lunch, we're going to talk about these techniques. What are some of the advantages? What are some of the disadvantages of these techniques? And yeah, when we come back after lunch, we'll take a deeper dive into it. But some of the techniques, what did you guys think? You must have used most of them, right?
Yep.
Right. So next time, if someone said, hey, what are the different elicitation techniques you have used? When we come back, let's hear it from you. Now you will read this out. You can start saying skew of techniques, so many techniques, right? But there is one technique that is used, that is widely used, and there is one technique here which is the most effective. So in this spectrum of techniques that I have presented to you, there is one technique that you will see that you've been widely using, and there is one technique which seems to be the most effective. You need to know that from exam standpoint. For me, all these techniques are meaningful based on the needs of my stakeholder and as the situation demands. I'll leave it here at 12:30, but I'll open it for maybe 5 minutes for some questions. It will be good to have some questions here, from you before we go on lunch break. If it is 5 minutes, then we will extend our lunch break by that 5 minutes, right? So right now we're saying 1:30. 1:31, but we all can come back. Any questions from the team? What did you guys think about elicitation and collaboration?
Oh, it's been pretty helpful, honestly,
Much
like
answer.
and much more confirmations on like the current techniques that we use and just giving more clarity to it. So thank you for that.
All right. Okay, great. Any other person who would like to add some more to what happened in the morning today, folks? We want to hear from you. We are business analysts. There's so much here.
I just wanted
Inspire
to
me a little bit.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to check with everyone else in the group. Because I'm joining from a personal device, not my corporate laptop, I actually don't have access to the chat function in the meeting. Does anyone else have access to it?
I do, but from the company laptop.
From the
not from
laptop.
personal.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I might have to try and join from my laptop. I just didn't want to deal with VPN, right?
No, but you know what? This link is provided by us. So it's our bridge here. The link that we're using is our bridge. So you should have chat function, whatever laptop you're using.
Yeah, chat is unavailable for me even with the laptop.
Okay,
Oh,
let me
really?
check.
Yeah.
Let me check what's happening here. Hello, everyone.
I can't even open it. When I click on the chat button, it says your organization does not allow you to send or receive chat messages in this meeting.
Okay, so is it because you're using
Same
office
here.
laptop or using personal laptop?
I'm using a personal device. Sobi, are you?
No, a company laptop. Yeah.
No, same here. I'm getting that error, Katrina.
Okay, let's take a look at it. Let's see what's happening here, right? Because if someone wants to send a message directly to me also, they should be able to send it, right? So okay, so we'll see what's happening. But did you guys see my message here, or you are not able to see?
No,
No.
actually, it's saying retry now. Nothing is loading.
Retry. Okay, all right. Let's continue with the class right now. Let's hear it from other. We heard it from Drew. Who else would like to chime in a little bit about elicitation and collaboration? Anything that, from your organization standpoint, that you would like to add to what we covered? Nothing? Okay, all right. How about we go for lunch then? Good, everyone?
Yep.
Back at 1:35?
Sure.
Sure.
Good. Or we'll on our side, we'll try to see what's happening with the chat function. Why is it not working in RBC's framework?
Sounds good.
Good
Thanks,
to see
Hemant.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right here, the techniques, right? We're discussing the techniques, and before we were leaving, we said some of the techniques are widely used, and some of the techniques are extremely effective. And let's first of all classify them in that spectrum. So right here, share my document. Okay, there we go. So we said these are some of the techniques that that are being used. in the industry right now. And IIBA also strongly suggests that when you are eliciting information, do not just rely on interviews or document analysis or maybe workshops. Look beyond these techniques, right? You may find that some of the other techniques are more beneficial in certain scenarios, certain situation, and working with certain kinds of stakeholders. So let's open a new slide. Let's start with, let's make columns here. Document analysis, interviews, prototype, and then we can talk about process analysis. And when we conduct process analysis, the outcome is a process map or a process model. So I like to integrate both process map and process model together to present the picture. And then tip of O is observation. So a business analyst could use, those techniques that we listed as tip of reps, D, document analysis. This technique should be something that is used, most widely used, introduced to the most effective version. Before using any technique. If I'm going for what I'm trying to say here is that document analysis is a great technique to use and a precursor to all the techniques. For example, you are going for interviewing. If you choose interview as one of the techniques to use with a stakeholder or group of stakeholder, it's very important to do some pre-work, review some historical documents that are relevant. This technique is effective only when you are looking at relevant and most current artifacts. If the disadvantage is if you put your hands on documents that are not relevant, that are not current, so you will end up picking up stale information and bringing that into the meetings. So that is one of the disadvantages here. So how can we overcome that disadvantage associated with document analysis? Validate with the stakeholders or the business analyst who has created this information to see that you have the most recent information, most recent document. Now, I find document analysis as a complement technique. It complements most of the techniques. So if I'm conducting an interview or I'm creating a prototype or I am doing some observation of some of the process with a stakeholder, I'll always, before starting that technique a day before, I'll do the relevant document analysis to prepare myself, right? It is a technique that is a precursor. It is a technique that complements all technique if done prior to using certain technique, right? Document analysis is a technique that should be used as something that business analysts do day in and day out. We are going into a meeting, we prepare ourselves. We look at the historical documents. We look at the document that we are creating. We ensure that we have the right knowledge before going into the meeting. And to perform document analysis, you do not need a stakeholder. You don't need to go and have a meeting with stakeholder. There is document There is information that is around you. A business analyst does a lot of smart work. We don't always rely on stakeholders. We try to gather information and we then go to a stakeholder, right? Document analysis, use relevant documentation. The disadvantage here is sometimes we may end up putting our hands on some documents that are maybe not relevant. So continue to validate with your project team, with your project manager, with your business lead to ensure that you have the right documentation that you are reviewing. As a great starting point and also a precursor to most techniques that are being used. Interviews. Now, this is interesting. It is the most widely used technique. Most widely used technique. Could be structured or as a conversation, not very structured. It could just be a conversation. But if the time, so if you were writing the CBAP exam, they would ask you a question on interview. They say, when the time is of constraint, the time is a constraint. You have only 15 minutes. Would you start a conversation or would you like to go structured? The answer is stay structured in interviews, right? Even if you're meeting stakeholders, when you have ample time, it's important for a business analyst to put up that agenda and follow that agenda from the most critical item to items that are of least value, most value to least value, right? Most widely used technique, but is it an effective technique to use? Is it the most effective technique? Not necessarily. Imagine you were asked to gather information from a group of stakeholders. So one more time, think about you've been asked to gather information, elicit information from a group of stakeholders who are in one department, and you have decided to interview these 20 people. 3 of them are on vacation, and you're not available. Now you are waiting. Things are in motion, but you are waiting. So as a business analyst, this was not the most effective technique, right? And plus that time, and the time that you ended up spending interviewing those 20 people. So interviews are the most widely used techniques. However, workshops are the most effective. So let's open another slide. So we'll bring F here, focus groups. However, requirement workshops are the most effective, especially when you have to elicit information from a group of stakeholders. Use requirement workshops or workshops. Why? Because requirement workshops, as they are facilitated, they help resolve conflicting priorities. Bringing all the stakeholders in the room helps you steer away from single point of view to a collective point of view about requirements. And when you conduct workshops, it is a great means of understanding what is of utmost importance, highly important, medium, and things of low importance. Those kind of things start emerging in a workshop because workshops help resolve conflicting priorities. You write down the requirements on the board, stakeholders start discussing, and suddenly the value proposition is seen. This requirement is impacting 80% of our stakeholders right now. We must resolve this. Over a requirement, which is a PDF report that our VP needs to send to one of their bosses. I think we can still work with a spreadsheet, but it's important to ensure that we continue to look at those requirements that will help us satisfy the needs of 80% stakeholders, that will help us resolve the problems of 80% stakeholders. Workshops are a great means of doing that. So if you're writing CBAP exam, or generally from operational standpoint, conduct more and more workshop with your stakeholder. If the number is increasing, steer away from interviews, start moving towards workshop. Great way of building consensus, great way of steering away from single perspective to other perspectives, and ensuring what is of importance, especially in the world that we live, where there are limitations and constraints. It's very important to create a forum. It is very important to create a platform where such discussions and conversations can happen, and we can establish these priorities. Workshops help us do that. So let's go back. So most widely used, interviews. Most effective, workshops. Why? Because workshop help resolve conflicting priorities. You know, sometimes pictures speak 1,000 stories, they say, right? You can create a picture and speak stories to people. This makes sense to people. There will be times and occasions when you go to your stakeholder to interview them, and the stakeholder is not able to provide the BA or the BSA with end state clarity. When you're faced with a situation where you go and meet the stakeholder and the stakeholder cannot articulate for you the end state, cannot tell you how the solution will be like. Sometimes you have collected the requirements, everything has happened. Now you are kind of visualize how the end state will look like. They are able to provide you that. You can interview them, but nothing is going to come out if there is that level of clarity is not there. So what do you do? In those situations, it is important to create a model or a picture. Now, keep in mind, prototypes could be throwaway, or they could be evolutionary. Throwaway prototype is, my stakeholder is here in the room with me, and I go on the whiteboard and I start drawing a picture right in front of them here. Hey, it's a system like this, and the process starts from here, and the button will be here. Get a picture on a flip chart or a whiteboard, and later on take a picture of that. A quick way of prototyping, right? To gain insight into what the stakeholder thinks of the end state, to gain some clarity before moving towards solution, right? Requires a little bit of effort, however, provides you the required clarity and confidence to move into the next stage, maybe development. So prototypes or models, throwaway or evolutionary. You can create a mock-up, bring it to the stakeholder, they see it, the ServiceNow mock-up, the change is going to happen on the top right. Great. Now you move on and evolve that mock-up, evolve that mock-up, evolve that mock-up, continue to evolve it till it gets to that final end state, right? Both evolutionary or throwaway prototyping, whatever is based on the situation, based on the nature of the project, use any, right? You can start with throwaway and move towards evolutionary. Prototype is a great means of gaining insight into what the stakeholder is saying. Prototypes help reduce gulf of evaluation. Guys, did we talk about gulf of evaluation last time? We did, right? We did. Gulf of evaluation. Anyone remembers?
No.
No? I think we did talk about gulf of evaluation. Yeah, go ahead.
remember that you said it's our duty as a BA to reduce this. You have to reduce the gulf of evaluation.
Exactly. So what we were trying to say last week, what I was trying to say was, well, sometimes stakeholder will convey something to us. Our understanding will be different, and developers will understand it completely differently. What was said to what was created, there is a huge gulf in there. How can we reduce this? How can we minimize this? How can we eliminate this gulf so that we give stakeholders exactly what they need if the constraints permit us? How can we do that? By maybe sometimes putting a model together in the beginning itself to gain clarity, to gain insight, to develop that end state clarity with stakeholders, right? That's what prototyping is all about. If you were to go into an agile workshop in RBC right now, you will find that agile digital shop or a squad, this is what you will find. You will find that each user story that is developed, and before it is handed over to the dev team, each user story must contain acceptance and evaluation criteria. Each user story must have the UI specs confirmed by the product owners so the dev team knows the boundary in which they need to act, function, and code, right? Each user story must have a respective non-functional requirement specification. Each user story must also have business rules with it. Each user story must have the adequate content and the language in which the content is required. Each user story should also have message catalog updated, as you must be doing too. And each user story must have appropriate API specs associated with it. Look at the work that a BA does in Agile's Digital Factory. Why do they do that? To reduce, because the window of opportunity is becoming smaller. Competition is getting bigger. It's like great competition right now, highly competitive market banking. In a highly competitive market, you got to get to the market sooner. One of the ways to stay ahead, one of the ways to retain our clients is to stay competitive and do things that help you keep your nose ahead of others, right? Do those things that will help you spear ahead of competition. So Agile is that practice where we try to maximize value and deliver value sooner rather than later. But in Agile, time iteration is 2 to 4 weeks. RBC, 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, we got to deliver a horizontal slice of the system. Dev team doesn't have time here to pick up the phone, or if they're sitting in India, pick up the phone and say, guys, I don't understand what you created. Sorry, we need to have a meeting. In 2 weeks, we got to deliver something. We can't have that. So some definition of ready is created. A very important component of definition of ready is the UI specs, UI teams creating the picture, giving it to the dev team. This is what we want, exactly how we want. And I forgot to list one thing, plus data catalogs. Very, very important component nowadays of our work we are doing as business system analysts. So a user story is accompanied with all the different specs to give the user story right kind of maturity required for developers to start working. Look at the amount of work BAs have been doing in some of your groups. And UI specs is created by the UI team here, handed over to the BAs or uploaded in Confluence using Figma links and all that. Whatever tools they may be using, I think it's Figma right now. The reason UI specs are provided in an agile environment is because we want to reduce any lack of clarity has to be reduced, eliminated completely, so that in 2 week period, we do development, and development is done based on the specifications, and specifications are so complete that developers generally would have no questions. They are okay because they want this. We have given this to them. They have said, give me all these things. And these associated specs that are added to a user story, this is what is called, this checklist is called definition of ready. A BA needs to fulfill the definition of ready before development can start on any user story, right? This is the story of agile philosophy. Lot of work for BA, as much as they say, there is some, I have heard some people talk about agile and say no documentation in agile. Actually, unfortunately, those folks are not working in agile environment. They have no clue to what's happening in agile environment. Agile environment, the documentation is created at the last responsible moment. However, the documents that are provided have absolute clarity to them because there are only 1 to 4 weeks, 4 weeks of development period. In 1 to 4 weeks, something needs to be created, right? So a lot of work. And UI specs, same as a prototype. Why is it provided? To reduce that gulf of evaluation. So prototypes a great way to reduce that, to bring more clarity, and especially use them when there is lack of end state clarity, right? Prototype. Then there is something called process analysis, and process maps. I like to kind of like club process maps and process models together. So have you guys done process analysis, and why do we do process analysis? Question for you. Why do we perform process analysis? Folks, let's hear it from you.
To fully understand the current state.
Yes, absolutely. Process analysis. The idea of conducting process analysis is to understand the entire life cycle of a process from beginning to the end. Whenever someone says, well, Hemant, let's create a process, we think about the entire process first at a very high level. Where does it start? Where does it end? Then that's the first step. Second step in conducting process analysis, now we start thinking about the steps in the process. What are the steps in the process? And we start documenting step 1, 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. Once we have done that, then we ask our stakeholders. We'll say, okay, I've understood the process, the whole process from the beginning to the end. These like the steps in the process based on my understanding. Could you please validate this? Stakeholder says, add this step, that step. So look, we never move forward without getting confirmation from stakeholder on the work that we do. Step number 3. Now, with every step, we start understanding who is doing this work. Who is performing that step? That step from step number 2. Who is performing that step? We try to develop that understanding. Number 4, now, look, conducting process analysis. So Katrina said process analysis is done to understand the current state very well, or any process in question, any process in question. So guys, do you think process analysis can be done in 1 hour? If the expectation from the stakeholder is that you will be able to complete the process analysis in 1 hour. Have you ever been able to complete any process analysis in 1 hour?
No.
Not really, no.
Never, right? Sometimes it takes weeks, at least a week. If you join a new project and someone says, can you please do current state analysis for us or help me understand the process? You will see that it will start small and suddenly it starts getting bigger, and you are like, oh man, there is this node that's going there. Oh, well, there is another system here. Oh, well, there is a stakeholder that gets data from here in a spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet. Oh, well, we have we have a SQL server or Oracle database associated with it. Start finding so many things, and sometimes it gets into weak is being extremely aggressive, actually optimistic. Weak is being using a weak is being extremely optimistic. So it takes a lot of time. Imagine a consultant, a business analyst consultant, and generally the rates for consultant, if you see, are nothing less than $100 per hour, right? Including the recruiter's fee and all that, $100, $110, $115 an hour. Imagine an organization asking a business analyst who is a consultant to perform business analysis, and in a week, almost $5 to $6 grand spend, right? So process analysis is a business analyst comes to the play, looks at the process, validates, because if we're doing this work and if it takes so much time, this should be useful. It should not be like, oh, well, we did process analysis. Can you please put it on SharePoint? And no one even looks at it, actually. It should be used, right? So now someone said, I want to understand the current state. I said, that's great. We want to understand the process from beginning to end. We said, we want to understand the steps in the process. We want to understand who is performing the step. Why else do you think the organization said, I'm okay spending 12 grand, half of business analyst monthly salary on doing this? What was the other reason apart from the 3 things that are listed here? Why do we conduct process analysis? Guys, let's think together, please. Very important for us. This is what we do, right?
To find any gaps or improvements.
Very good. You know, we don't want a pretty picture. Who wants a pretty picture, right? If our resources are being consumed in developing a pretty picture, then we might also want to know what are the bottlenecks, what are the inefficiencies, what are the redundancies, bottlenecks, inefficiencies, redundancies in the process. That's why we do current state analysis. That's why we perform process analysis, because we want to understand where is the bottleneck, where are the inefficiencies, where are the redundancies, and all these gaps that you identify are your requirements. Sometimes we kind of like omit the most important part. Process analysis is done to extract problem statements or maybe opportunity statements from a current state analysis, from analysis of a system, from analysis of a process. That's the reason, right? It gives us the list of requirements that we need to work on to improve the current state. So process analysis. Now this is good. You know, if I conduct a process analysis like this, and in the end, I'm able to give my organization the bottlenecks and inefficiencies and redundancies and opportunities for improvement. And of course, let's not forget gaps and opportunities for improvement. If I'm able to provide this, this is much better than any picture that adds no value and just becomes part of the repository. What do you guys think? A picture created that never got used, or just a simple list created from where 7 requirements emerged and efficiencies in the organization increased by 17%. I would like this over any picture that people create. Now, when someone does process analysis, organization says, well, this is good. I like what you created in this spreadsheet. Could you please show this to me, this interaction, in the form of an activity diagram or a map or a model? Could you please show it to me in the form of a model? And that's when you say, well, here you go. This is client. Here you go. This is the system 1. This is system 2. This is our database. And the process starts here. goes here, comes back here, goes for authorization here, comes back here. Here is one decision that is made, and so on and so forth. Now, this process analysis, outcome of process analysis, when you plot it in a swim lane diagram, it creates a better visual for stakeholders. Stakeholders see this. And now one more time, stakeholders, when they are validating your process model, they're able to tell you, well, you know what, you missed one step. They will not say you. I mean, they are so happy when you do this, some work like this for them. They're extremely happy. They say, we missed something here. Could you please add that? Everyone likes collaboration. And collaboration is what leads to synergy. But trying to collaborate with low value product is not going to get you anywhere. It's going to lead to a lot of feedback, but doing a lot of work and a lot of feedback every time, same kind of feedback is not very helpful, right? So what do you guys think? Does it make sense? What do you think? Process analysis leading to creating a process model.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? What would you, so question for you, whether you are performing process analysis or creating a process model, do you think it is very important to keep the engagement level very high because you may not have understanding of this domain? You may just have joined the project. Is that fair? My engagement with critical subject matter experts, domain experts is very, very important.
True.
Right, very good. And second thing, right? And second thing could be, well, and socializing or showing them the work that is incomplete. It does require courage, but that early feedback helps you course correct. I have personally seen that in the work that we do all the time, right? So I manage the leadership team at City of Hamilton. City is a very difficult place to work. Something that I've been doing since 2018, I have retained that contract with them. One of the things that we do is even a small piece of work. When you go and meet the counselor in the city, small piece of work, get their feedback early on. Because in the end, I personally believe it is taxpayers' money. It's not nobody's money in the city. It's taxpayers' money, and every dollar spent, some value should be generated. Even if there is a document that is being created, incomplete document, have the courage to show it to your stakeholder, course correct, as early as possible, right? The best way to work is get the information validated by the stakeholder. Two things happen when you do that. One, in the structured walkthrough, they all will be on site with you. You will be presenting and they will be answering your questions because they have a vested interest in the needs being addressed. Stakeholders have a vested interest in the needs being addressed, but they will only do that if the interactions with you have been meaningful, have been consistent, and they already have said, I am okay, you've done everything that I need, now I'm going to support you in getting this sign off. The stage that we got to set for ourselves in the work that we do is to have our stakeholders on board before we even get into structured walkthrough. Something we'll talk in detail when we get to requirement analysis and design definition, one of the chapters where, one of the knowledge areas where this has been described completely, right? So process analysis leading to creating a process model. The 3 P's being prototype, process analysis, process model, or process map. Now comes observation. There will be times when you won't be able to get time with stakeholders. They are work in operation, and their work is to fill up some forms 9 to 5. There is some challenge there, but the stakeholder has no time to have that conversation. Your business lead has asked you to go shadow them, job shadow for a month, and try to see what do they really do. Is there an opportunity to automate it? So observation is one of the techniques that is used to learn about how certain work is being done, job shadow, right? Sometimes people who do the work, they have become experts in doing it, but when you ask them, either they withhold the information because if I may, I'll use the word danger. They feel that their job is in danger. Sometimes people withhold information because of that. Maybe they feel that they're going to automate what I do. So they withhold information. Sometimes it's not intentional, they're just too busy. So job shadowing is a great way of understanding steps in the work that is being done when the resource is not able to clearly articulate the steps they take. But because when you have to write the exam, CBAP exam, one important thing to remind yourself is in the exam, they will test you on the best practice. They'll say, well, you're about to go job shadowing or observe a stakeholder. What is one thing that you should do? You should have talked to the stakeholder, comforted them, let them know that, folks, there is no danger to anyone here. We are here to make it simpler. We are here to make it easier. We are here to make it faster. I just need your help to understand the process, to make it better for you, to give you a better experience. The moment you say that, stakeholder will be on board and they will show you everything that they do. And they will volunteer to do that for you, right? They will volunteer to do that for you. So job shadowing, speak to the stakeholder before you start doing that. Otherwise, they may feel threatened. Then we have processes such as focus groups.
I have a question. Is that fine? So basically, when it comes to observation, does it also include like observations that we already have about a particular project? Like, like the key points, artifacts or something like, because that was covered in document analysis, but like just the regular observations for like, say, any particular application that we're using. We have observations of like, how the process is right now. Does that also come under observation over here, or like, just want clarity on that?
Look, any elicitation technique that you may use, including observation, the precursor is perform the adequate document analysis. If you already have some information, it's good to know before you go there, then you're not spending too much time. Say, well, I already know that step, right? I already know that step. It saves you a lot of time. Secondly, it helps you have an enriching conversation. If you don't imagine trying to, and this must have happened to all of us, it has happened to me also, in early days in our business analyst role, you went to a stakeholder without having much knowledge, you were pushed into a conversation. I don't think you had any questions. You were just listening. But when you develop understanding of a certain domain and now you're working as a business analyst there, you already know a lot and you are in a place to hold a conversation, have a conversation, ask the right questions. Otherwise, someone guided me in my first interview with stakeholder. I said, man, I'm so nervous. I was 23. I said, I am so nervous. I don't think I spoke English at that time, to be honest. And I said, I'm so nervous. They said, just stay with 5 questions. Who, what, why, when, where. I said, I'm going to look like a fool. What am I going to say? He said, that's what I have been doing all my life. I went in there. I did look like a fool, I guess, but survived it, right? Survived it somehow. Worked very, very hard in the first 1 month or 2 months to understand the whole principle there of business analysis. But asking the right question only happens when you know a little bit about it. When you have done that right kind of research. Document analysis is research. Your research that is going to support the task that you're going to perform, right? So of course, having knowledge helps. So focus group and brainstorming, folks. All of us must have done brainstorming, and we must have also conducted focus groups. Yes, no?
Yep.
What do you guys think? Let's hear it from you, folks. Let's hear it from all other people, 6 other people that are sitting in this session, please. Focus groups, brainstorming. Have you conducted them?
No.
No?
None. No for me.
All right. If no, then let's put them in a new slide and let's take a look at it. Focus group. Or let's write brainstorming here. Other side, let's write focus group. Brainstorming is generation of creative ideas to solve a problem. That's what a brainstorming is. Brainstorming is generation of creative ideas to solve a problem. So now, number one. Number two, brainstorming, solve a problem. This is the key, to solve a problem. That's why we do conduct brainstorming. Anytime, the solution went into production, a defect happened, the business analyst quickly sent out an email, guys, there's a defect. We just need to resolve this very, very quickly. Can we have a quick triage meeting? Can we have a quick huddle to talk about this? Brainstorming. The brainstorming sessions are unbiased or non-judgmental. This is a good thing for creativity. If you want to have an extremely creative session, you cannot bind people to anything. You have to allow them to think, go in any dimension and any area, but think about it. Think about it in a creative fashion, unbiased, non-judgmental. Even if someone says something that is not going to solve the problem, they say, all right, let's just make a note. So everything that your stakeholders are saying, you just document them somewhere on a whiteboard, maybe, or in Confluence, in some common sharing page. Just document them. So because it is unbiased and non-judgmental, and people know this, so sometimes there is lack of seriousness. And people start having fun. Consider Friday at 4 p.m. trying to have a brainstorming session. See what happens. Lack of seriousness. The other thing is you will get relevant ideas. Let's say this is 60-minute session. You will get relevant ideas and you will also get irrelevant ideas, both relevant and irrelevant ideas. So what happens at the end of 60 minutes, you, the business analyst, now is left on Friday evening at 4:30 to, oh man, I got to separate them into relevant, irrelevant category or some other category, or in an affinity diagram, or maybe create an idea map and so on and so forth, right? At the end of brainstorming session, you're left with a lot of work, such as data analysis, right? Mining and all that kind of stuff. So relevant and irrelevant ideas. But it's about creativity. Brainstorming, the advantage is about creative ideas. This technique is a technique which is about divergence. People diverge out. They step out of the boundary or system, the boundary or the system's boundary to look for solutions. Focus group. Now this challenge with, when they were having this challenge with, relevant, irrelevant ideas, lack of seriousness, there was a need to improvise brainstorming a little bit. And to improvise brainstorming, what they did was they said, first of all, this is also about creative ideas. And folks, let me say here on top, both sessions have to be facilitated. Both sessions are facilitated. Ideal strength is 8 to 12 people. Keep that in mind, right? If you are ever conducting a brainstorming session or focus group, try to constrain your strength, the stakeholders to 8 to 12 people. Now, focus groups are, so in focus group, you are not going to invite any stakeholder out there. You will pre-qualify stakeholders based on a predetermined criteria. So when people come for focus groups, they are qualified based on a predetermined criteria. Now, you must have seen on TV some ads running like this: males and females in the age group of 18 to 21, non-smoking, should not have consumed anything, any drugs or alcohol in past 3 months, are welcome for this drug study, and we will give you $5,000. People line up in front of Sunnybrook. 5,000 people lined up. But really, when they came in there, Sunnybrook did not just have the criteria of 18 to 21, non-smoking, and people who had not consumed any alcohol in past. Not just that. They also have other criteria. Now they're starting blood pressure, they're starting other things, and they select 12 to 15 people from that big line that stood outside Sunnybrook. They were predetermined based on a certain criteria, right? People that participate are generally subject matter experts. Apple wants to launch a new phone, is bringing in Samsung's users, the geeks who use it, who are passionate about using the phone. Like right now, yesterday I was looking at some ads and it says circle it and it will tell you, Google's Android platform will tell you where that specific person is. You could just circle a picture. It tells you exactly where it is. Amazing technology. So they have to be subject matter experts. They're pre-qualified. Now, in brainstorming, what we do is, the idea is not diverge anywhere. The idea is converge. This technique is based on convergence. Converge. How? By using a questionnaire and a discussion guide. People converge and they answer these questions, right? Focus groups. You must have seen focus group for a new watch that's coming. You will go to, you go in the mall, they said, do you want to participate in this? This will take only 15 days and we'll give you a $30 voucher or something like that, right? This is a discussion guide. The idea is convergence because you're able to constrain people's thinking. Now look, I said, guys, how do you conduct business analysis? Think about different ways of, or how do you conduct a meeting? Think about different ways. And you went out saying, oh, well, when I conduct a meeting, I create an informal environment. Someone said, well, when I conduct a meeting, I always take some goodies for my stakeholders. Someone else said, well, I like to conduct the meeting in the cafeteria and I give everyone a $5 voucher or something like that so that they can pick up. Different ways. People went in different directions. I like to do this. I like to do this. And then suddenly you give people 5 questions and say, could you please answer that? You have constrained people thinking, right? People converge. So divergence, brainstorming, convergence, focus group. So questionnaire and discussion guides are used to drive the conversation. Both sessions are facilitated. Both sessions, you collect information, 8 to 12 strength exam. If you ever write CBAP exam, hopefully these words right now, this specific slide is going to echo at that time some of the information because there are 3 to 4 questions. IIBA likes this a lot, this information a lot, right? And this is an extract of what's written in lesson number 10. So that's your brainstorming and focus group. If you've not conducted it, see if your oh yeah, one last thing, sorry. You know, focus groups are best for any research-based project or a new product launch. They work so well. and stakeholders enjoy it a lot too, right? Especially in the beginning of a project. Imagine conducting a brainstorming session about requirements, about the current state, about certain things that you see clarity on, about the problem at hand, right? Helps a lot. Helps a lot. Just knowing that such as techniques exist, it helps a lot. Then this is interface analysis. I don't think I'm going to get into it. It is business context diagram that we discussed last week. And finally, S is surveys and questionnaire. Surveys and questionnaire. So surveys and questionnaire are a great way, right? I have used surveys and questionnaire at the end of my project to gain insight into how well did we do our work as a business analyst. Requires a lot of courage. But when you hear people who have never done business analysis provide some recommendation to you, it opens your eyes, it opens your mind, and you wonder, oh, wow, I think, because experience actually, sometimes experience of people and them being in situation, maybe not a business analyst, but being with various business analysts, the insights that they have, you can send out a survey and questionnaire about how could have we improved business analysis work. Sometimes people will say, I really like the way you worked in this, and that. It would have been nice if you did some whiteboarding every now and then, called us in. It would have been nice if it was not always about getting information from me, right? Sometimes stakeholders like, there you go, comes the business analyst. Now they're going to ask me a question. Sometimes it's just about, we're having a lunch and learn. Would you like to join in? We're having a session on conflict resolution. Would you like to join in? It has nothing to do with requirement gathering. It has nothing to do with all other things that you go to your stakeholders for. So it is about ensuring that we engage them in other activities also, if there are other activities in our group. So so there is surveys and questionnaire work really, really well when your audience is large, diverse, distributed. Distributed means geographically dispersed. Distributed, when your audience is audience or stakeholders. And your audience is large, diverse, dispersed, and you need quick feedback or responses from a large group of people. You're not going to conduct workshop. You're not going to conduct interviews. You cannot use other techniques. This will work very, very well, right? Surveys and questionnaire work very, very well. So guys, can you tell me one of the disadvantages of conducting a survey? One of the disadvantages that you can think of, survey, the
It's
results
hard.
that come.
It's hard to do the confirmation and feedback. Like if you find out that you made a mistake in the questions, good luck changing it.
We can say analysis. So that's good point. Let me give a response to that, and then I'll hear more. So look, when something like that happens, so design your survey or questionnaire with close-ended question. If you will put too many open-ended questions first, it will lead to aversion. I don't want to answer all this. Second, if the stakeholder are kind enough to fill in all that because they are very passionate about what they do, now you'll be left with doing an analysis, performing analysis of all the information that's coming your way. So surveys and questionnaires should be quantitative over qualitative, so that you have to do less and less analysis. So sometimes what we do is, now you can use SurveyMonkey, this, that, and all that. It generates those results and analysis. So there's no problems. Team also has a survey tool available. And yeah, absolutely. What else? Someone else was saying something.
Yeah, I was just saying like it can lead to too much noise, but
It can
you
lead to
clarified that.
noise.
You
Okay.
clarified that part right now. Like instead of having like many open-ended questions, have close-ended, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one more thing. One more. Let me remind you of an instance here. 2016 US elections happened. The whole world and all the surveys pointed to Hillary Clinton breaking that glass roof. And they even had this facilitation celebration of the new president, Hillary Clinton, in 2016. And the hotel had a glass ceiling, and they'll say it will break free, right? First woman to become the US president. It didn't happen. So all the surveys pointed in a certain direction. Surveys provide anecdotal feedback. They are good pointers. However, using this information and making that your journey can be dangerous, risky. What do you guys think? Can that happen? It has happened in history numerous times. Right? So there's a good pointer. It's good. You get great feedback. However, treat this as anecdotal feedback, directional. Don't build your plans on that, right? It's a quick feedback, quick response. So as long as you know that, if you're writing the exam, or generally from our work perspective, if you're sending out a survey, send out a survey to your stakeholders at the end of a project about how you could have done, how some of the interactions can be improved, not could have, can be improved, sending a small questionnaire, taking feedback from our stakeholders, and next time when you have a meeting with them, letting them know, thank you so much for that feedback, and now we have incorporated that in our for our next project, and you will see some of the changes, and this will be beneficial to everyone, right? So guys, a quick, now that we have completed this lesson, we'll go through some quick questions, but here you go. Oh, we are not completed the day, right? It's just one lesson. It takes time. So question for you here. Stakeholder, and one word answer from everyone. Everyone, stakeholder engagement is important because it helps with option A, B, C, D. You thought I'm going to write the options? No, I'm not going to. I'm going to hear it from you. So let's go here. So let's start with this time. Vinu, stakeholder engagement is important because it helps with, what do you think?
I believe one of the reasons is
one word. Yeah.
To clearly understand the business needs.
To understand business need. One word, we'll keep it to one word. One word answer. Okay, all right, great. Let's go to Augustine. Augustine, what do you think, my friend?
Understand the scope.
Scope helps
Yes.
understand the scope. Stakeholder engagement is important because it helps. All of us are thinking, in certain boundary. Let's diverge, right? Use divergence a little bit. Step out of business analysis. The world. So I don't know how many of you, very interesting thing. I don't know how many of you saw Roger Federer's commencement address at one of the universities, Ivy League schools in the US. Did anyone see that? Guys, yes, no?
No.
Okay. It's very interesting, actually, applies to some of us here. He said, effortless is a myth. To become effortless, it requires a lot of effort. Sometimes people said he doesn't even break sweat when he plays tennis. Effortless is a myth. It is a craft that you develop, and it requires a lot of effort outside the court, right? Another film actor recently said, you don't build body in the gym, it's built outside by watching everything that you do outside the gym. Gym is not even an hour sometimes. Second, he said, it's only a point. Give it the best effort at this point, but in the end, it's only a point, move on. Life will move on. Third, what I'm trying to say here is life is outside the tennis court, right? There is a life outside the tennis court also. Similarly, outside the world of business analysis, there is information available that we can use, consume, and excite and delight our stakeholders. So now, based on that, let's hear some more answers. Let's go to who is next. Let's go to Sobi. Sobi, what do you think? One of the things, stakeholder engagement is important because it helps with one-word answer.
Target state.
Sorry?
Target state.
Targets?
Target state, yeah.
Is this what you're saying, target?
Yeah. And
Target?
state or target state, whatever you.
Or target state and state, it helps. Again, we are staying within the boundaries here, but oh, that's good. If everyone is coming up with something, that's a good thing. Let's hear it from people sitting in 320 Front Street, Christian and Nadia. One word, guys. Come on.
Clarity.
Help with clarity. Okay. Stakeholder engagement is important because it leads to, you can say it leads to, okay, clarity. Okay, what is Nadia saying?
She just stepped out to use the bathroom.
Okay, all right, let's go here. All right, two. Okay, right here. All right, here. All right, so let's go to Christina. Christina, what do you think? It leads to stakeholder engagement is important because it helps with or leads to.
Sorry, did you mean me?
Yeah, so the question is stakeholder engagement is important because it helps with or it leads to.
Delivering value.
What value? Okay, all right. Sorry, the marker changed here.
That's okay. I like the rainbow.
Exciting.
It's fine.
The answer, I wondered people would say, oh, there you go, comes the answer. No, it didn't come yet. So move on. Okay, all right, let's ask who is next here. Let's see. It's not like we have too many people, so let's see who is next. Yeah, let's go to Drew. We'll go to you. Drew, what do you think?
So if I talk about the high level, I would say relationship management.
It's time to bring the highlighter on. Yes, absolutely. It's all about relationship, folks. You know, in one of the banks where we have a contract and we have a consultant working there, she was like, I have such a great business lead. She's hand-holding me, helping me develop the solution specs also. It is not her job. You know why? Because she's been able to build great relationships. She does not go to the business lead all the time asking about requirement, clarity, value, this, that, and all that. Sometimes she just goes there to say hello, how are things, right? Because influencing people, if you want to truly influence people, you can't just influence people based on knowledge, expertise, and skills. It's a good starting point, at least good starting point. So if you try to influence people based on what you know, it is not going to last long, right? First impression is not the last impression. Impact is when impressions are created, when you start causing impact. So they said, well, first thing is use your knowledge, skills, and expertise if you want to influence people. Second, deliver quality to them. But that's not enough. There's one more to this, some more. Start understanding the challenges, problems, and the world they come from. Understand that and work towards solving some of their problems. And then you will see truly relationships are being built. Life is outside the court. In our world of business analysis also, if you will always, on my thing here in my office is written, single demand, singleness of purpose applies to some people, but singleness of purpose in doing the work of business analysis sometimes can also lead to creating relationships that are just on, I need this and you need this. It has to be greater than that. I just wanted to take the conversation off a little bit because it's too much information I know comes your way. Sitting in a session for 8 hours is not easy, right? That's why if you see this deck right now, it's all whiteboarded. It's all whiteboarded. The reason I whiteboard is because we want to relay information, try to have conversation whenever we can, and we have to cover a lot too, right? But it's important to every now and then stop, stall, and also engage into other conversations. And they all apply to our work of business analysis, right? How important our work is. One more time, that Harvard study that summarized the life of a business analyst, the work that we do, how important our work is. Look at this, how important our work is. Extremely important work we are doing for an organization. So, all right, a quick quiz on elicitation and collaboration. In which technique is a discussion guide used?
B, focus groups.
Focus groups.
A questionnaire or a focus group. The reason is because we want to bring focus or convergence to certain ideas, convergent thinking. All right, great answer. And which of the following elicitation techniques uses survey distribution? This is very easy, right? You know it.
Yep.
Correct.
That's surveys and questionnaires.
You got it, but let's change the question a little bit. Again, the answer is the same, but question is, surveys and questionnaires will be rendered ineffective if the questions were qualitative. True or false? Qualitative. Surveys and questionnaires will be rendered ineffective if the questions were true. Very good. True. Which of the following is not an output of the task? Prepare for elicitation. Prepare for elicitation. Remember, we said preparing an agenda with ground rules, identifying our stakeholders, getting the logistics ready, preparing our stakeholders, pre-reads, etc., as part of. Now, based on that, let's see.
D, elicitation results.
Results, yeah.
Good. Elicitation results. So look right here. Prepare for elicitation. Elicitation plan. Conduct elicitation. Sorry, just using short forms. Conduct elicitation. Elicitation results which are confirmed. And confirm elicitation. Sorry, conduct confirm elicitation. Confirm elicitation. Now, elicitation results that are confirmed. So this is like common sense kind of thing, like the flow. And the other two techniques continue to happen throughout the life cycle of this journey from preparation to confirmation. Sequential is prepare, conduct, confirm, something that continues to happen and must happen everywhere. Communicate information and manage the engagement of your stakeholders. All right, so let's move on. Next question, which of the following is not an output element of the task prepare for elicitation? Oh, we already talked about that. So fourth, which of the following is not a common type of elicitation?
This one came up with an answer.
There's an answer.
Last one.
There's an
Exploratory.
answer, so it should have been there. That's fine. That's good. Okay, we all know what it is, collaborative. So these techniques, I'll leave this thought with you. Dip of ribs with P3. There are 3 techniques here. Some of them are collaborative, some of them are research, and some of them are experiments. I'll let you think about what is collaborative, what is research. Document analysis is research, and what is experiment, prototyping, experiment, right? So and some could be a mix of all. So it's something that you can think about. But this lesson is about this dip of ribs. Whatever technique you would use, now hear this well. This is the lesson. Lesson is about picking up a technique, any technique, but always preparing for it, conducting it, and confirming it. Any technique you may use from now on, prepare, conduct, confirm. Even document analysis, prepare for it. Book some time in your calendar. Tomorrow at 2:30, there is an empty space. I'm going to block it so no one can take it. During this time, I'm going to review certain relevant current material for the meeting that's happening next week. Prepare, conduct, confirm, and continue to communicate business analysis information and engage with stakeholders. That is the idea of this lesson. And we are talking about it right at the end after covering everything, just to let you know, PCC, apply it to any technique that you use for elicitation. Guys, did it make sense?
Yes.
Right? So you got to see it like this. That's the idea. What this knowledge area is about is when you are using any elicitation technique in this boundary of dip of ribs, P3, the idea is use this structure of prepare, conduct, confirm, and continue to focus on those 2 ideas of information and stakeholders. All righty. Key takeaways. Let's not call it capturing requirement. Let's not call it documenting or gathering requirement, giving requirement. Let's call it elicit requirement, and ask probing questions when you elicit requirements. There are 3 tasks. There are 3 tasks: prepare, conduct, and confirm. The 2 other tasks, they continue to happen throughout. There are not 10, now there are 12. P3, process analysis and process model or process map added to it. Look at your stakeholder, and based on your stakeholder, identify the right technique, right? Look at your stakeholder, and based on your stakeholder, identify the right technique. Each technique is about preparing, conducting, confirming. And when you are conducting a session, any session, in the end, leave enough time for clearly identifying takeaways, action items, and other such open or closed items that you would like to state one more time. And as a business analyst, one thing that we got to do is continue to review our process, continue to review the method that we are using to do the work. And the most important thing is, what is it that I can do to become, a better version of myself, right? That's the whole idea. And remind yourself always that there is no perfect business analyst, because perfection is a fallacy. What is important is excellence, and it comes from continuous improvement. The idea is, how can we deliver excellence to our stakeholder? The idea is continuous improvement, right? So last week, something that came out And someone said during introduction that instead standardization of processes is very important, something that you want to have a dialogue on your group, right? Each group must have a purpose and why they exist. Something that you want to go back after this, after our sessions, and you want to sit as a team and say, what is the purpose of our group and why do we exist? There must be a statement like that. I think it's all of us must know the purpose of our group and why do we exist. All right, dip of ribs, we talked about it, but dip of ribs, let's change it to P3. Prototype, process analysis, and model, process model, or map. Okay, all right. So lesson 5, requirement lifecycle management. I'm going to give you a break. But before we go on break, any questions thus far, folks? I'll be happy to answer your questions. Any questions?
I'm good for now.
Okay.
Me too.
All right. Did you guys feel that this information was useful?
Yes.
I definitely resonated with some of it.
Okay. All right. All right, guys, then we'll see you at 3:05. 3:05. Good. Everyone good with the break? 15 minutes?
Sure. Thanks.
Awesome. Awesome. Let's take a break and then come back. Resume. So requirement lifecycle management knowledge area. Lesson number 5. This is lesson number 5. 5 tasks. You could kind of like there's a mnemonic for that called Tampa. The tasks, the 5 tasks are part of that life cycle of an organization. Now keep this in mind. Every organization has defined their own life cycle based on the industry in which their projects exist, in which they exist, right? Within those competitive forces that shape their industry, they have the life cycle of their requirement. So I think it will be important here to first understand what is the life cycle of requirement at our group here at RBC. So let's hear it from you. Someone help me out here, because it will help us have a discussion that is more meaningful, and we can extract information from what is listed in Babok guide as part of this knowledge area and continue to map to what our life cycle is, just in case if terminology varies or is different. So let's hear it from you. What is the life cycle? Let's hear it.
First, we start with a new requirement.
Okay, new requirement. And how do you capture the new requirement? Do you review some documentation? Does it originate from somewhere?
Through various elicitation activities.
Okay, there could be a business need. As a business analyst, you might be getting a document where business lead is listed, and then using this business lead need origination of requirement starts using various very good elicitation techniques. Elicitation techniques. All right. And then moving on. So these initial requirements, do they take some shape or form? Is something like, let me also help out here a little bit. business requirement document initially.
Mhm.
And sometimes some of you may be getting a business requirement document to further decompose it. And sometimes some of you maybe are asked to elaborate the document because it's not complete. Is that a fair statement?
We actually almost never get a business requirements document. We have to do both parts.
So you have to develop the requirements even better, right? You develop understanding of the project from the beginning, origination itself. And then is the mandate that BRD should be provided? Is that the mandate, but it never happens?
No, it's not the mandate.
It's not the mandate. So there is no such standardized process here, right?
Not for our unit. I can't speak for other teams. I know there's other pillars that do it differently. And I also know that like the SOBI and FinUse team may have slightly different processes.
So all of us that are sitting here, we are from different verticals and pillars. Is that what it is?
We're from the same pillar, but we're on two different teams in that pillar that have slightly different focuses.
So we create the business requirement document, right?
Mhm.
When we create the business requirement document, we maintain it somewhere. We store it somewhere, maybe SharePoint, Confluence, Jira, somewhere, right? What kind of a tool are we using?
Confluence.
Confluence. So we maintain, you ensure that the most recent document is available for stakeholders to be able to see, the teams to be able to see. It is readily available. Everyone knows where it is, correct? You maintain them.
Yep.
Fair,
Yep.
Right? Okay, great. Simultaneously, when the BRD is created, do you also create a traceability matrix? Good question.
Not usually. No, we
Not
don't.
usually.
This is one area where our team is not as mature in our process.
Okay, there
So
we go.
basically, sorry. So basically, my understanding is that BRD is kind of outdated system within our team. We don't create any BRD documentation.
Okay.
But for the traceability, yes, we do. It's not part of the BRD. It's like a traceability metrics we do, like kind of reverse engineering and all those things, whenever requirement is needed.
So okay, so Finu said reverse engineering. That means sometimes this gets omitted. So why I'm writing down traceability here as per the standard, right? Best practices, traceability must be started in the beginning itself. The moment documents are business requirements have been established and they are very stable, they must go in the traceability matrix. Journey starts here. So, but sometimes what happens is because the mandate or the audit requirement is such that they want to see traceability matrix, we get to the end of the project and someone screams, where is the traceability matrix in the Confluence? We don't have it yet. Someone goes in there, looks at all the requirements from reverse engineers them and kind of like creates one. That's what you said, right, Fino?
Yes, yeah.
Right, but traceability must start from the beginning itself. All right, but someone said there is a BRD, someone said there is not. Let's just, but origination of requirements now starts with high level need. There could be a high level need somewhere. Maybe there was a business case document that was available. Maybe you were provided with a project charter. Maybe that need was listed in a needs document. Maybe there was an ideation document created. Maybe there was a feasibility study that was given to you, or maybe there was an email that was given to you and the email said, guys, here is the project is starting today. And from there, you extracted information, got a BRD, you started maintaining the BRD or whatever name you may give to that BRD. Simultaneously, you should start maintaining traceability. All right. Business requirement document was also prioritized. You collected all the requirements, but there were some prioritization workshops also happened. And business analysis document also got approved. So look, with the BRD or the first document that was cut, it was maintained, it was prioritized, it was approved, and traceability was maintained. Now, after the business requirement document is completed, what's the next stage for us? Let's say there is a BRD, there is no BRD, but what's the next stage? What is one document that you're creating right after that?
Software specification.
Software requirement software requirement specification, or sometimes some of the groups are also calling it solution requirement document, SRS or SRD, whatever, right? Now, SRD also, the moment SRD started, for each business requirement, you had design specs or use cases. SRD, does it contain use cases or does it contain detailed scenarios? What do you guys think? What do you guys do? Like SRD is like decomposing each system specific requirement using use cases, or are we decomposing the business requirement, which is system specific, using some detailed specs?
In practice, I've seen it done both ways.
Both ways. But as of now, in the current state, as is state right now, so both ways. Sometimes some of the team members may say, well, use case, or developers may say, give me the use case for this, or developers may say, just give me a data catalog, give me a data flow, give me detailed specs of the system behavior, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it depends on the size of the enhancement, right? If it's a fairly small enhancement, they don't need that. Like if we're only covering, less than 1 to 3 use cases. But the larger the project, the more the use cases are seen in the documentation.
So the documentation rigor continues to vary depending on the nature of the project, complexity, effort, or risk, right?
Yep.
Higher the complexity, effort, and risk, the rigor also seems to increase. Fair?
Yep.
Right. So solution requirement document is created. Solution requirement document is also maintained. It is also prioritized, because some of the requirements in solution requirement, the tech team sometimes may come to you or come to the business owners, and of course you will facilitate that discussion and may say, guys, you know what, use case number 3 or tech spec number 3 cannot be delivered because technology wise we are not there yet. Our system does not permit us. Has that happened ever, that your BRD got developed and suddenly you went into technical discussions, chat sessions, and someone said requirement number 9 cannot be delivered because we are not there yet from technology standpoint, or this cannot be done because we are dependent on other projects? Has that happened? Must have happened.
Yes,
right?
That's very common.
Very common, absolutely, right? It's very common. So look, SRD also prioritization happens. Some of the things fall off because they cannot be done. SRD gets maintained also, it also goes into Confluence under that space that you have for your project. And whatever business requirements now have a design spec or a solution spec, traceability matrix also gets maintained. So right here, and look, this is getting, so SRS, SRD solution. Here, approval will be required, and also traceability matrix gets updated. Look at this, traceability matrix continues to get updated. And then after SRS or SRD, you hand it over to the dev team, right? When it's approved. Is that fair? Like, right? Dev team may also, sometimes you are not part of these discussions, but dev team also, solution architects and all these folks sit together and they create their own TDDs, technical design documents. They try to see how are we going to host this application? What are some of the things that we need to do? What are the component managers that are going to function? How are they functioning? If you know a little bit of coding, then you will start thinking, they create their own designs. Similarly, these designs also get approved, maintained, signed off, and someone out there, responsible person, must also update the traceability matrix. Simultaneously here, in this journey, QAs have also been engaged. They may write this umbrella document called master test plan. Now we don't write them, but they start creating their test scenarios. And those test scenarios also are updated in the traceability matrix. Look how traceability matrix has one column for business requirement, second column for each business requirement and respective detailed specs or solution requirement or SRS. Then it has a third column where this requirement, this design or use case, and this is the technical design. From There, the QA team picks it up, this requirement, this technical design, or this use case, this technical design, and this is the test case or scenario. From there, UAT scenarios get added, and this traceability matrix continues to evolve. When Finu used the word reverse engineering, it's a classic. It's a classic omission of in project management. Sometimes we say, well, what is the use? We don't use it. It increases burden on a resource, because traceability has some benefits, but it also causes a lot of burden, because this is work that needs to be done, constantly managed, right? And there has to be if it's a large scale project, this could be a work component in itself. When we manage programs, we maintain a traceability matrix. We want to spend 10 grand a month maintaining traceability matrix, because we do not want any omissions and holes. That's number one, benefit of traceability matrix. Number two, we want to provide coverage to our requirements, right? We'll talk about that in detail. But dev team, then QAs, and finally testing. This will be implemented, and the solution will be given a little bit of support by the project team. We'll hand it over to operations, and one fine day, after many updates to this enhancement or the product that you created, it will also be retired. So requirement lifecycle starts from origination of requirements to development of business requirements, from there development of solution requirements, from there the technical designs, the test specs, implementation, support, handing over to the rightful owner, and finally at some stage 5 years from now being retired to life cycle of a requirement, origination to its implementation, and sometimes even captured to the requirement to the retirement of the product. So you see here that every time a requirement reaches a certain shape or form, let's say it gets here, requirement gets to the BRD stage, it will be maintained, it is prioritized, it is approved, and it is traced. Then the requirement gets to the SRD or SRS stage, it is maintained, prioritized, traced, and approved. And the moment requirement is approved right here, if a stakeholder woke up from their sleep and said, I have a new requirement, do you simply add a new requirement to the baseline document, signed off document? Or is there an organizational process where you have to go through the rigor of change management or change request process?
It would depend on the scope, right? So like if it was discussed initially as a part of the scope and someone didn't include it, then it would have to go back and have to be re-looked at in the requirements, fixed and signed off again. If it was not in the initial scope, it's an additional ask, then we would start with the new requirement at that point. We would have the first one go through, and then the second one would be a secondary, like a separate item.
Sometimes you may also find that without delivering that new identified requirement, because of a certain risk, this project is not even going to deliver a value. So you kind of like need to get an executive approval very, very quickly and incorporate it into the development stage. Fair? Is that a fair statement too?
Yeah,
Right?
for sure. And then sometimes you do things, right, like unilaterally. So if you say, okay, one is dependent on the other, maybe we're not going to incorporate into the initial scope, we'll create its own item, but this one will develop first, move this along beforehand, and then this one afterwards, so that it's agile in that way.
Yeah, I'm so happy, Nadia, that you said that. Traceability matrix helps maintain relationships among the requirements, and also ensures that we see the dependencies, right? It helps see those two things. That's why maintaining traceability is very important. But the picture was a collaborative exercise that we just wanted to do and talk about the life cycle of a requirement from the very beginning to the end. Every organization has some sort of life cycle, just like you have. And the standard also created a life cycle. Now, they didn't, again, as I said in the beginning, this was not about those 3 BAs sitting in a closed room saying, I want to create a standard because it will be a nice source of revenue. No, these are nonprofit organizations. And now the mandate is such that most of the organizations are looking at the best practice and they're saying, is there a way to attain higher level of maturity in our practice of business analysis, maybe? By looking at the standard, because it has been compiled by seasoned BAs and it has been compiled based on their conversation with most of the organizations out there in North America on the practice of business analysis. So this lesson that we are looking at is about, next 2 slides are, we're going to talk about these slides here. New slide, we'll open a new slide here for us. And we will, blank slide. Now look, requirement lifecycle management. We just built a requirement lifecycle in front of you. So let's write down on top, requirement lifecycle management. The 5 tasks or 5 best practices. A life cycle must incorporate requirement like an organization. They're trying to incorporate these 5 ideas, these 5 tasks, these 5 best practices. And these 5 best practices are from the journey of requirement from origination, this journey from origination. Sorry for the spelling mistake if there is any origination. To, let's call it implementation. For some, the life cycle is origination to implementation, and some take it even further and say till retirement. 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 From origination to implementation and further retirement. The standard says origination or inception to retirement is the requirement life cycle. And the standard mentions that during this journey, from this beginning to here, or if this is your end here, requirements will take various shapes and forms. For example, from a simple 1-line statement called business need, vision decomposed to business need further elaborated into a BRD decomposed further to SRS or SRD, from SRD to technical design documents. Somewhere here, QAs have also started working and started creating MTPs, test cases, test scenarios, UAT plans, UAT scenarios, etc. Solution is being built, supported, operations, end user community, and at some point in time, being retired. This journey, they're saying, from origination to implementation or requirements will go through different stages, summarized as Tampa, or make more space here, Tampa. Says all requirements during this journey must be traced. Traceability. Okay. The Apple doesn't seem to like Microsoft, and they still don't. In spite of the fact that Steve Jobs has passed away, Bill Gates is still here. They continue to disrupt, and this is not with me, all my team members, when they're presenting, this is what happens. We have to go back here to open the PowerPoint again all the time and come back to where we were. So my apologies. This is not something that we try to do. Technology sometimes. So right here, Tampa. So the standard mentions that, well, during this journey, ensure that our requirements are being traced from beginning. Traceability. Requirements are being traced from beginning to the end. Requirements are being approved whenever they are reaching a final stage. For example, PRD gets approved. Requirements are being maintained and they are readily available. Maintained means kept as recent and as current and correct as possible. Current and correct. Requirements are prioritized, and keeping in mind that prioritization is a continual process. It is not an event in our life cycle, our work as a business analyst. During the course of one project, requirements may get prioritized numerous times, right? And as a business analyst, your requirement documents may get baselined. Some of the stakeholders will maybe sometimes come with a new requirement. And as Nadia said, well, during that time, we miss it? It was said, but we missed it. Then it will just get added. But if it is a net new requirement, then we will have to go through that idea of change request, organizational change request process, and assess changes to requirement. Assess changes to requirements. Assess changes to requirements, and in some organizations, and even in RBC, we will conduct some kind of an impact assessment to understand how much more work this is, how much more time would it need, how much more money would be required, and so on and so forth. What's the rationale for change? Will you fill up a change request form and submit it to the change control board, right? Assess changes to requirements. So during the journey, whether you create the first document, some of you may be creating this, you must ensure that this document is prioritized. You must ensure that this document is maintained and kept as current as possible. You must ensure that this document is approved, and you must ensure that when you establish the BRD, at that time, traceability must also start. Now, when the journey goes from BRD to SRD or SRS, at this time also, we must ensure that this document is, change the color to green. This document is, we continue to update the traceability matrix. We ensure that it is approved. It is maintained. The most recent copy is made available, and it continues to get prioritized. And if it has been baselined and more requests now are needed, you just don't simply add it to the document. You must go through an authorized change management process. That is the idea. In any stage, these things are not sequential. So don't treat the idea of Tampa to be trace, maintain, trace, approve, maintain. It's not a sequence of any sort. These are just different, the best practices. From the beginning to the end, they continue to move together. First of all, do we all understand what I have tried to convey here? That these ideas, these best practices, the 5 tasks are not sequential. They move together as requirement takes one shape, everything. We look into all these aspects: trace, maintain, approve, prioritize. And if it is baseline, do I have to assess changes? Then we go to SRD, then we do the same thing: trace, approve, maintain, prioritize. Go to technical design, trace, maintain, approve. This continues to happen throughout the life cycle. All of you must have seen. So first of all, is this good, everyone? What do you guys think? Everyone understands the idea that these are not sequential tasks, or these are not going to happen once. It continues to happen throughout the life cycle of the project. Let's see if okay, awesome. Great. All right, so everyone understands. So look, sometimes when practitioners go out there and they start reading this, this lesson. They'll start with trace because this is what IIBA has mentioned as the first lesson. So they will start here. And sometimes they'll start here. They will read this, they'll go to maintain without establishing the relationship among these different tasks. It's very important to see them as integrated tasks. That's the purpose of standard. Purpose of standard is to integrate different ideas and turn everything into one cohesive whole, right? So don't treat them as standalone, silo tasks. They speak to each other, they are interrelated, and all of them continue to happen throughout the journey of requirements when they change forms and shape from business need to BRD, from BRD to SRS, from SRS to technical design, from technical design to test cases, UAT scenarios, and so on and so forth. So here we go. Now, trace requirements is about starting the traceability. Traceability happens throughout. And to be honest, when I started working as a business analyst, and someone said at the end of the project, we have to create a traceability matrix. I created one. They told me how to. I created one. But now I look back, I said, oh, that was just an audit requirement. It didn't add any value. We didn't use traceability matrix to create any value and all that, just because this was the mandate from one of the policy and procedure for that project that this document was required. So later on, someone said, we forgot, make it, but we never reap any, we never got any benefits of building a traceability matrix. It was just a task in the end. So traceability matrix, traceability happens throughout the life cycle of the project, throughout the life cycle of the requirement. Has everyone seen a traceability matrix? Guys, seen traceability matrix, correct, everyone? Or do you want to build one together?
I think we should build one together.
Okay. So we'll talk about traceability a little bit first, and then from theory standpoint, and then we'll build one together. So new slide. Let's go here. So the purpose of traceability. So it's one of the favorite questions in organizations that have a very high maturity in the practice of business analysis. In the interview, this is one of the favorite questions, right? And it is traceability from exam standpoint. Number one, provides coverage to requirements. And if your PM comes and tells you right at the end of the project, we got to create a traceability matrix, you know now this was omitted, this was missed, and everyone is just trying to cover, right? Whatever. So they're just going to cover now. Traceability provides coverage to requirement. We must start building it in the beginning. There is a lot of benefit. Organizations that build traceability, they reap benefits out of it. Traceability is bidirectional. Just knowing the concept of traceability actually makes you an advocate for business analysis. Just knowing that it is bidirectional and using it as such. What do I mean by bidirectional? Look at this. You are a business analyst right here. This is you, the BA. And right now you know nothing about this project except the business need. And you have been asked now, So this is what you know about the project. You know nothing about the project except that one-line statement, and you've been asked to create the BRD. You start meeting your stakeholders. Start meeting your stakeholders now. There we go. Because you have been asked to create the BRD, you start meeting your different diverse stakeholders. Start meeting your stakeholders. Stakeholder 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Start meeting your stakeholders. These stakeholders, stakeholder 1 says, I have a requirement, and the requirement says that to you. The first thing you do is when the stakeholder says or speaks to you about the requirement, and the moment you hear it, you map it to the business need. And you right there, even before documenting the requirement, say, does it map to the business need? Does it map to the scope of my project? Yes or no? In your head, you're like, yes, it maps to my scope. This goes in my BRD template. Requirement 1, owner of the source of the requirement, stakeholder 1, and here is the requirement. Stakeholder, the source, gives the requirement, now is stakeholder 2, and says something to you, and you map it to the business need, and you're like, man, this is totally out of scope. This is not my project's work. So now knowing that traceability is bidirectional, and when you collect the requirements, you must always trace it back to the business need. Trace it back to the business need and derive your requirements only from business need, nothing but business need. This is one of the most powerful statements in business analysis. Because we are not aware, we end up capturing requirement, and we bring this laundry list of requirements to the prioritization workshop, and then suddenly we wonder why the stakeholders said to us, some of the requirements are not even part of our project, by the way, right? By knowing the fundamental principle of traceability, you're able to filter the requirements better just by developing understanding of the business need. And when the stakeholder provides the requirement, whether it is a set requirement, whether it is a return requirement, or it is communicated in any other way or form, you always map it to the business need. This is called backward tracing. So traceability is bidirectional. You always, when stakeholders give you requirement, you backwardly trace it to the business need. Or you derive the requirements only from the business need, nothing but the business need. This will help you create a document that is, first of all, lightweight. Lightweight, but a lot of value, because you're bringing everything that the stakeholder needs. Sometimes stakeholder 2 gives you a requirement and you map it to the business need, and you find out that this doesn't map. And you can push back, well, Mike, I don't see how this requirement maps to the business need or the scope of our project. Could you please explain? There you go. You're asking. Even Mike is thinking with you now, you know what? I'm so sorry. This requirement could be the other project. This requirement, could you find out where this requirement should be parked then? Because I feel that this is an important requirement. Maybe it needs to be addressed via some other project. Look at these conversations that you can have with your stakeholder, rather than going in there, taking everything that is given to us without asking questions, and then creating a document that's so heavy first, but does not necessarily bring as much value, right? Gone are those days when our work was measured by the quantity. Those days are gone now. Those days have passed. The new days are about finding out ways of acting with simplicity, the art of maximizing the work that should not be done by focusing on items that generate value, map it to the business need, and only the business need. And this traceability, so we'll remove this picture from here. I just wanted to convey that message. Traceability is bidirectional. When you're creating the first document, which is a BRD document, you have nothing much available except for the business need. So use derivation or backward tracing to create a clean document. This bidirectional. The first stage of traceability happens when you are collecting the requirement. Stakeholders provide requirements, always map it back to the business need, right? Map it back to the business need. Derivation. And once the BRD now is signed off, it becomes more of allocation or forward tracing. What does that mean? It means that when someone starts writing the use cases, they must look into all the specifications that are designed after BRD is signed off. All the requirements in BRD must be forwardly traced to specifications that are developed. Nothing much, nothing less, nothing more. Everything that is system specific in BRD must have a design specification for it, must have a solution specification for it, must have a software requirement for it. That's why one of the very important things about traceability is it helps you. I'll even go on top and I'll say one of the even more important thing, even over one, would be established lineage of requirement. It helps you establish lineage of requirement. Anything that is in BRD must be traced to the next document, SRD. So SRD, someone who is SRD looks at all the approved business requirement document and only those requirement documents that are system specific. The business system analyst looking at the BRD should not try to write a use case for requirements such as there will be lunch and learn. That's just a transition requirement. Only the system specific requirements will be decomposed in SRD. That's the craft. How do you write an SRD? To write an SRD, I first review the business requirement document, identify the system specific requirements, and will decompose them using organizational process, maybe a use case, maybe a detailed specs. But whenever I'm writing a system requirement document, I will always complement it with adequate data-based requirements, business rules, and so on and so forth. Something that we're going to discuss in our lesson, day 4, right? There's so much information that I can share with you as a best practice there. So traceability is bidirectional. First step is when you're creating the BRD, map everything back to the business need. This is called derivation or backward tracing. Once the BRD has been established, from there on, start building specifications based on forwardly trace, allocate other specifications based on the business requirements. This is how you're able to provide coverage to the stakeholders' requirement and nothing is missed. That is the idea. Then Nadia raised a very good point. Traceability is one document that can help you understand dependency between the requirements and also relationship between them, because you are able to see everything in one place. You're able to see everything in one place. You are able to see dependencies. You are able to understand relationships, and you are able to do better impact assessment if there is any change. And I'll show you now how, because now we can talk about, with this knowledge, we are in a really good place to build a traceability matrix. Traceability matrix, if you were to go in Confluence, you will find one. It is a simple spreadsheet kind of a document, which is like this. This is traceability matrix. This auto spell and all that things have just hit me so hard that I can't even write my spellings properly now. Matrix, traceability matrix. for XYZ project, let's say. So the first number, so let's say only the BRD at this time, only the BRD is signed off. Ideally, if business analyst would be someone who is maintaining it, what should the business analyst do? If there are 20 requirements in BRD, should quickly pick up those 20 requirements, very high level, and put them here. BRD ID, BRD ID, and high level description of the requirement. ID description. So when the BRD is signed off, you have the first few columns of traceability matrix created. It takes 5 minutes to do it. If there are 20 requirements or 5 requirements on a BRD, you just slap them here. Literally now the right here. So now so description, now you started building SRS, SRD ID, and if you're using use case, you're saying use case ID. Here you say requirement 1, which has this description, and this is how we plan on solutioning it, 100D, and use case is UC01. Requirement 2, so look, someone who is updating it is now putting their specifications here. Now, when SRD is signed off, you can also fill up these 2 columns. Then someone from the dev side could also come into play. And for this BRD right here, this BRD ID, this is the description, this is the SRD ID, this is the use case ID. Let me put the technical design here. So what's happening is, by using a traceability matrix, you are what happens is you are first of all able to establish the lineage. Second, provides coverage and nothing goes missed. And you are allocating the business requirement to future specifications. So nothing more, nothing less, but what stakeholders wanted is being delivered. A great tool. Also helps you see the entire flow here and helps you understand dependencies, helps you understand relationships, and helps you also perform impact assessment. A very simple, so yeah, right here you would have technical design document. Here you could have test case specifications that are being created. Here you could have kind of like stop set UAT scenarios map. So every requirement will have a description, will have an associated SRS ID, will have a use case, will have a technical design, will have a test case, will have a UAT. Now look, business owners came and they were testing right here. They were testing requirement number 3, this requirement. You know how easy it is for them now? They said, pick up the use case. Let's bring the use case 9 for this requirement. This is the test case. This is the test scenario. Let's take a look at the precondition in the use case and let's test it right now. Look how easy it is. Then look at the traceability matrix, quickly pick up some of the specifications. So business owners sometimes do not even need a UAT scenario because use case speaks the story of your system. They look at this and they are able to convey it. So this is how a traceability matrix is created. Don't treat traceability matrix as an event. Do not treat it as an event. Wrong. Then you won't reap any benefits from this tool. Treat it as a process that must be done in the beginning, and trust me, it doesn't consume anybody's time. It moves. Maybe one person could be accountable, or one person could say, BA could say, the BSA or BA/PSA could tell the dev team, guys, can you please update that with the technical design document? I know we don't have nothing to do with it, but we just want to maintain it just to have that level of sanity. It's good for our business lead to be able to see. Then when QAs come, guys, for that use case number 9, how many test cases do you have? 11. Can you put those high-level test cases that you have here? because one use case can have 15, 20, 30, 40, 100 test cases. But a little bit of idea about that will help the business lead perform their UAT testing. They won't have to sit and write their scenarios on top of this. They could select some scenarios that impact business as usual from there. But here you go. This is how traceability matrix looks like. Does that provide some clarity?
Yes, thank you.
Right. So something that can be started in the beginning as a practice is beneficial, especially if you are a business owner, a business lead. You get something like this, it's very, very useful. It's extremely useful. For a BA also, it's very useful. When you're performing impact assessment, this helps you understand the relationship between various requirements. It's the one place, one source of all the information about specifications that have been created, that are being built in the solution. Instead of carrying 50 documents, this place provides you that visual. It's a great tool, right? So something that we can, so trace your requirements to designs to technical designs to test cases, UAT scenarios, and follow this process, right? That's the idea here, traceability. Sorry. So traceability. Yeah, go ahead.
Just quick question, based on like your experience, like how do organizations usually implement the traceability matrix? Like is there any tools out there that you see them using the most that we could maybe leverage?
So what I created is from RBC. If I were to, actually, I'm not supposed to show you a document, RBC's document from my times. But next week, you know what? I'm going to talk to one of the business owners of that project, and I'm going to open a traceability matrix for you, right? Because I will show you the traceability matrix that exists in your group. Not in your group, sorry, in one of the groups in RBC. I'll be able to show you how it really looks like. I have some traceability matrix right now from my teams that are working in CIBC, but unfortunately I can't show it to you. But what I created is how it is, right? If you were to look into your own organization, you will be able to find some in the repository, but give me next week. Let me just talk to one of the groups and see if they are okay with me sharing like some columns of traceability with you. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. So all right, let's go. So traceability matrix formalizes the process a little bit. For me, or generally most of the practitioners or even BA managers will say this. They'll say, man, to go through as a BA manager, for me to go through so many documents to understand something is so difficult. And they have formalized this process of traceability. Of course, yes, it can cause, it can take 1 hour in 40 hours, 40-hour work week to maintain it. But this is all worth it. Right? It's all worth it because in the end, if you really want to execute sound projects, great projects, the idea is time to do it right. Such an important concept that comes from quality philosophies, time to do it right. Another quality philosophy is to maintain, if you want to achieve certain level of quality in the work, document your processes. As much as we want to steer away from, we want to focus on working solution over comprehensive documentation. What do you think this is, guys? This line that I put here? Where have you seen this line? Working solution over comprehensive documentation. Where have you seen this statement?
Agile?
Very good. It's the second value system of Agile. Working solution over, as much as we say that. But in Agile also, I just showed you right here that even Agile, people say no documentation, no documentation, no documents. And I talk to my peers in RBC, the teams at other places, they say, man, are so many documentation in Agile. who said there is no documentation. Look, for every user story, they're making me build acceptance and evaluation criteria. They're asking me to update the data catalog. They're asking me to work with UI teams and build the UI specs. They're asking me to update the NFRS. They're asking me to update rules, content, message catalogs. They've even started asking me to document the API specs in a spreadsheet. This is my definition of ready. I said, man, people working in predictive must be so happy right now. You must be so happy that you don't have to go through this pain. And imagine doing this every 2 weeks in a refinement session. Think about this a little bit. Think about it. It's good. What is happening there is revolutionary. The kind of RBC's mobile application 2.0 is been rated the best application. The reason is because of this work that is being undertaken. If we are not going to add formality, certain degree of formality to the work that we do, and if everything has to become lightweight, how are we going to bring quality, right? So Agile is not about documentation. It is about documentation for that specific iteration, that piece of work, that body of work for 1 to 4 weeks, right? But let's not make a mistake here that there is no documentation in Agile. If you go and look at a Jira board or a Confluence space of a project for an Agile, of an Agile-based approach, Agile project, you'll be surprised to see the level of work and the rigor BAs have to apply right now. So, and there is no BA, BSA term in Agile. It's BA/BSA. It's the dual nature, right? So coming back here again, so they said, time to do it right, document processes. If you have the authority in your group, any one of you, then please start standardizing some of the processes. Please mandate certain things, because you will see the benefits that will start coming out, right? And I always say this, where we go, yesterday we are at Ford. Trust me, it was difficult time at Ford for us. It's been crazy there. And we said, maybe we'll come back to that. Let me come back to that conversation. So tracing requirements. Tracing requirements is not something that one person will do. It is a collective responsibility, right? Tracing requirement should be a collective responsibility. And sometimes what happens is when things change to many hands, there is a lot of confusion. So there could also be one person responsible. Generally, BAs are responsible. That doesn't mean that they build the traceability matrix. They do their part, but they keep the other team members accountable. You know, this new world that we are looking at, leadership is being seen assigned leadership. You know what assigned leadership is? Somebody's boss coming to them in a quarterly review, telling them, showing them a carrot and telling them, well, if you meet these criteria, you can have a bonus of 17% or 17 grand, up to 17%, 18%, 20% maybe. Assigned leadership, right? Or we call it the transactional method of leadership. The world is moving away. World is saying you got to emerge as a leader. Emergent leadership. All great forward-looking organizations, they have this philosophy, the phenomena that's taking place, emergent leadership. And who are these emergent leaders? Leaders that are acting based on knowledge. People that are not taking actions based on knowledge, actually are causing grave risks for organization. So many failures are taking place within organizations, right? Because we have assigned leadership. Organizations have steered away from assigned leadership to more like emergent. People are emerging as leaders. Voices of those people are being heard. Only voices of those people are being heard who are speaking from the standpoint of not workarounds, but best practices. Sometimes there will be delay in the work that we do, but the outcomes will always be high quality and desirable. It's desirable. It's so important to gain that level of knowledge and to deliver product, service, and results. So the idea of this is traceability is just not business analyst responsibility. It is everyone's responsibility. It is a collaborative effort, and benefits are also for all the teams. So sometimes when we talk to the team and we say, well, guys, we want to have a traceability matrix and mandate, some of the teams will be like, why? Why do we want more work? The idea should be this is collaborative. We are going to benefit from traceability matrix, and these are the benefits. When you read the standards, you can also talk about those benefits. Standardize some of the processes, very important. All stakeholders participate. Accountability, however, should be one person's. Ideally, it is business analyst. That doesn't mean that business analyst is going to sit and is going to pass this work to the right team at the right time and say, guys, kindly, please 10 minutes update this for us, because this will help us do UAT and BAT. Our sponsors like something like this. Could you please do this for us? And you will see the benefits, right? Maintain requirements. All of us are maintaining requirements. We don't need to go and dive in here and show you what is maintenance of requirement right now. You must be using SharePoint to maintain requirements. You could be using Confluence. And some of the user stories and tickets might also be maintained in Jira. You could also be maintaining some UI specs in Figma. You could be using other tools and maintaining some documents in Lucidchart and other places too, right? And your local drive. The idea of maintaining requirement is very simple. Ensure that requirements are kept as current as possible. Ensure that requirements are cohesive. And we must also ensure that these are correct. So I've looked at various documents during the course of my career, various documents. I continue to look at them. I look at them in Tesla, where I'm in the advisory. I look at them at RBC. I look at them at CIBC. I look at them at City of Hamilton. Then I look at them at Ford Motors. I look at them at one of the engineering companies called Arup and the other engineering company called Jacob. I continue to review these documents. I find some documents where you will look at revision history and you will see the craft of a business analyst. You say, man, I'm loving this. Look at how this business analyst has put all the revisions and provided details about what happened in that review with that stakeholder. And then I'm looking at another document created by some other person, and you're saying, it's good, could have been so much better, because the revision history should speak the story of your document. Spend some time. That's why when you provide estimate, consider these things, time to do it right. You know, even your documentation, it is an expense for an organization. And if your document is going to go in organizational repository as a process asset, why not just spend 20 more minutes on it and do a good job at it? You know, the other day we were sitting in a review for a document, topic maintenance of requirements. The review was taking place on the front page, the first page of the document. The version was 1.00D. In the revision history, the version 1.10 structured walkthrough. Date, and this just happened sometime 3 or 4 days ago. Date in the front page is something else. Revision history is month after. I looked at it, I like, this can't be right. This could be a business analyst. This is someone, could be a co-op student who is just learning this. But what I find out is that this is a business analyst who is working there for 10 years, right? So nothing against any business analyst, but it is our responsibility to, when we provide estimates, our goal should be to delight the customer. Our goal should be to delight our business lead. Our goal should be to excite our business lead. And one of the things that we can do is, when we provide estimates, time to do it right. Think about a BRD next time And when you are writing SRD or BRD, think about these aspects that I'm going to write such a nice document that when it goes in organizational repository, they all say that who wrote this document, and they want to see the author of that document because your document is being read. If you think that your document is not being read, it's a mistake. If you think that your document just goes in the repository and no one takes a look at it, it's a mistake. If I were working at RBC, I would be the one person who would be going over all the documents and enjoying them, right? I like to read. I would do that. And and some of the managers are definitely taking a look at the document. So put some effort, time to do it right. Maintain them. Put the most recent copy available to stakeholders. Do not fear it, right? Our world of business analysis is about courage, integrity, and transparency. Courage, integrity, transparency. Incomplete work must be shown to stakeholders. Don't take it too far down the line and suddenly now you've taken 15 days have gone and now this is not the right path. And it happens to all of us. We are all learning here, right? So you maintain your document wherever you maintain. What IIBA-BABOC guide is stating is that when you present a document, when you host a document somewhere, I'll write it in red, make it readily available to stakeholders. Make it readily available. So if they have to find it, review it, they can do it for you, right? Put all those capabilities that are required in the document to be able to, what do they call it, tracing the document or tracking the document or whatever. Put all those abilities for stakeholders, make it as easy as possible for them to review and provide you feedback. So that's the idea. But maintaining requirement could be a business need document. Maintaining requirement could be the BRD. Maintaining requirement could be the SRD. Maintaining requirement could be the traceability matrix. Maintaining requirement could be any other document as such, right? So maintain requirement, keep them as recent as possible. Make sure that these, one more time, let's write it here. Make sure that these are correct and current specifications, right? Correctness, accuracy, and clearly showing the relationships. And the requirements, whatever shape and form they may be in, it is very important to not only maintain the requirements, but also show the associated specs with it. I'll give you an example here. I'll give you two examples, actually. A BRD. So organizations nowadays are saving so much time by creating templates that the idea is value, right? Everywhere the idea is value. So we have a BRD. Just give me an empty doc. So there we go. This is let's say this is a BRD template. Your BRD ID right here. Your description. Source. Owner of this document. What is the level of stability here? What is the priority of this document or this specific requirement? And if sometimes things go over and beyond priority, if there is certain level of urgency. Some of the organizations have added some columns to their requirement specification. The idea is to reduce the effort that is required to prioritize these requirements, understand the sources of these requirements, understand who is going to own these requirements. The idea is we want to engage these people. We want to keep these people engaged. We want to spread the good news story of our project to the people who will own it. We want to spread the good news story of the project to the people who are providing these requirements. And this is coming from, last week we said something like Kara's soups, all those attributes, it's coming from there. So organizations are constantly monitoring their templates, and they're creating even their documents. They want documents to generate certain value. If prioritization, even if coarse-grained can happen now, why not, right? So something which is very deliberate. It doesn't take much time, a lot of time. But later on in our next session, we're going to talk about something like it is very difficult to prioritize in a BRD document because stakeholders present non-negotiable demands. It's easier said than done. You'll go to stakeholder and say, right here, say BRD 101, some description, and you said to the stakeholder, what do you think the priority invariably high, high, high. No one wants to say medium and low, right? So the idea is, how do we prioritize the requirements? So maintain the requirements, have the right kind of attributes associated with the requirements, ensure that your requirements are kept as current as possible, and make sure that you are clearly identifying requirements that are reusable requirements. Right? Clearly identify. So maintenance of requirement is just not about keeping the requirements readily available, correct, accurate, consistent, cohesive, and maintaining the attributes, right? It's not that. It is also about ensuring that our requirements are, we are ensuring the idea of reuse of requirements. Now, my question to you could be here, what are some of the reusable requirements that you are creating? I'll ask all of you one by one. We'll go through everyone, right? A little bit of interaction is good. I don't know how many slides I've created today, but let's ask a question to you. We'll start with, let's go here. Let's see, where are the people? Here. All right, so Sobi, one reusable requirement, reusable requirement that you create, one reusable requirement.
We can say a business requirement.
Okay, some of the business requirements could be reusable. All right, Agustin, could you tell us about one reusable requirement that you have created?
A functional requirement.
Sorry?
A functional requirement?
A functional requirement could be reused in many places. All right. Dhruv, what do you think? One of the reusable requirements that you have created?
One of the reusable requirements.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's fine. Keep thinking. We'll keep moving because at the end of the day, I know it's a lot of information here today. So let's go to Katrina, one of the reusable requirements that you have created.
Sorry, I have one, but it's more like maintaining a requirement for audit requirements. So that's something that I use for most of some of the documents on service now when we use it. So it should have an audit trail.
Okay.
So one of the requirement that goes through.
And it pretty much remains same for almost all the projects. You created one, it's being used as a mother document and being used for almost, you're pointing to that or updating it whenever required. Okay, good,
Yes.
good. That's fine. All right, good. Katrina, what do you think?
There's a couple that we have. They tend to pertain either to accessibility, so things like solution must have a user face available in French if the UI will be accessible by employees in Quebec, or general standards type of like requirements. So like the solution must adhere to certain best practices, standards, or policies.
Good. So exactly. So accessibility requirements, we don't write them for every project. What we say is point it to the ACAS or whatever that standard right now is, 2.0 or 2.3, whatever version is running. Current standards will be maintained. As long as you write that, IT teams knows that, they know that, oh, it's the same standard, nothing has changed. But if something has changed, you may have to just adjust that component of that requirement. Absolutely, accessibility requirement and audit requirements are great examples of reusable requirements. So let's hear it from 320 Front Street, Nadia and Christian. What do you guys think? Some of the
I guess like since we work with a lot of systems that are having requests for changes to be made, we can use reusable requirements such as like the system must not be performance must not be impacted by this change. Availability of the system should not be affected by this change. Certain performance.
These are non-functional requirements. Good, good. All right, good. All right, let's hear it from Nadia, and then I'll quickly write something down. We're going to wrap up in, what time is it? I don't think we're going to drive it to 5 o'clock because it's just, I feel when I start feeling that it's becoming too much, we'll stop, right? And of course, for you, you are the recipient of the information, and there is a lot of information here. I also want you to go home for this week, think about some of the things that are taking place, conversations that are happening, and marinate in this idea a little bit. If you have time, attempt that exam, small little practice test, 15, 20 questions. See how you feel about this. So next week we can have conversations, deeper conversations on business analysis. It has to be deeper conversation because we're going to get into strategy. But let's hear it from Nadia before I present some of the some of the reusable requirements. Some of the reusable requirements that you have created, used, or seen. Okay, that's fine. Reusable requirements. You know, as business analysts, we don't have to keep doing the same work again and again. The idea is to be effective, not I was steering away from using the word efficient, effective. There are some requirements in a certain domain which are reused. That functional, I'll first of all kind of like separate functional and non-functional for you today. Functional requirements are features and functions of your system. These are the behaviors of your system. If you were to use RBC's mobile application, you will find things like view accounts, e-transfer, send money globally. You will find things such as print statements, get statements for last 6 months, etc., etc., etc. All those are features and functions. Non-functional requirements are complementary. And I heard some of them today, complementary or quality-based requirements. Non-functional requirements support the functional requirements. So things such as accessibility, it will be pretty much the same based on the standard. Okay, so analyzing the content, let me see whether okay. So, okay, great. WebEx has a new AI model created in there, and and it kind of like summarizes the entire meeting. So I was just trying to see what they summarized for us. So complementary qualities support the functional requirements, accessibility, adaptability. That mobile application should be adaptable to Android, iOS. Availability should be available 24/7, this SLA. Security, if I'm doing any transaction, right, there should be no fraud. And there could be many more: accessibility, adaptability, availability, security. Then
Retention.
sorry, yeah, data
Data-
retention, absolutely. The 6-7 year data retention and many more. My brain is also, it has stopped functioning. There are many more, right?
Business
But look,
continuity.
business
Customer
continuity,
service.
24/7 availability, absolutely. Yeah, data retention, iron mounting, we can go on, right? Good, very good. So these are non-functional requirements there. But once we create, when your group has created a non-functional requirement spec, you don't have to continue to create it unless and until some of these non-functional requirements have now changed. For example, there is a regulatory project, and they said, for this project, guys, the data retention will be 14 years, not 7 years. What happened now? You, in your document, you said, current standard for non-functional requirements will be maintained as is, except a requirement about data retention. This project warrants the system to maintain clients' information for 14 years as for whatever that criteria is. There you go, right? Similarly, so non-functional requirements are requirements which are reusable, right? Then you have, so non-functional requirement specifications are reusable requirements. Your business rules. Now look, I'm using mobile application in RBC. The moment I enter my user and password wrong 3 times, my account is suspended and I have to request an OTP. It comes to my phone and I reinstate my account again. Business rules. This is the business rule. Any change or adding a new specification to mobile application, people will have to, this rule will apply. So you don't have to rewrite this rule again and again. Some of the rules, the other rule could be you could only get access to mobile RBC's mobile application when you log in. That component login has already been built. You're not going to write, ability to provide, ability to log in into the system for secure access. You are going to write that requirement. If you write that, someone out there will say, hey, this is a reusable requirement, this is already built, just point to it. Business rules. Messages that are being generated for your application also that you're working on, message catalog already exists. If there is a new feature function and some new messages need to be designed, then this will be updated. Reusable requirement. API specs are all reusable except for data related changes that are taking place. Message catalogs, data catalogs. For your specific group, a data catalog has been created. You are fine-tuning it to your project. It could be, or your developer may say, no, for our projects, we need a new data catalog every time. So these are some of the reusable requirements. Maintaining requirement is not just about your spec. It is also about those required associated specs that will help those other teams that are going to get this information from you and start doing the work. So that's maintaining requirements for you, right? So and some of the reusable requirement, and someone said accessibility, audit requirements, all that forms are part of non-functional requirement specification. Generally, we say current standards will be maintained, followed, current standards will be maintained, current standards. Only when there is a change to standard, your project warrants some change to these requirements is when you will update these documents. Very quickly, can you guys hear me properly?
Yeah.
Because I see the video, there's a lag in the video here and there, but I'm okay. So that's good that you can hear me. So maintaining requirements, and then comes what is the great, you know what, I want to talk about this when we had more time, prioritize. So next week I want to talk about prioritize, because personally I feel that's a very, very, very important topic. Prioritize and assess changes. We're going to start the class next week with those two topics, right? It's too much information otherwise, but we'll talk about approving. Approving requirement is, you know, if you really want to get approval on a document, don't expect people to come and give you an approval at the end that you will present a structured walkthrough. There is a tested and proven method of gaining approvals. And I think all of you do the same thing. I will just highlight it once again for us. And then prioritization, and let's just change the slide to blank here. So look, so next week, we'll start with requirement lifecycle management. And we're going to take a prioritization and assessing changes to requirement. Of the three topics, we have looked in detail at traceability. We have looked in detail about maintenance. We have not only talked about your current requirement document, also reusable requirement documents. We have looked in deep, we're going to talk about approval of the documents. Now, we are going to take a look at prioritization next week, because it's a very interesting topic and I don't want to rush through something that will be of value to all of us. And how do you handle a change request after the PRD has been signed off? So next week, we're going to talk about that. So approval of documents. So let's go here and new slide. You know, approval of document approval. Sometimes you will go into next department, other department, and you'll apply for a senior role. They'll say, how do you get your documents approved? Approve documents. And you will say, well, approval for me starts as early as when I review historic docs and cut a draft. My first step is to review this draft internally with my business lead and other key stakeholders. The idea of doing this is early engagement, feedback, and early buy-in. When you invite your business lead and show them this work that you have done in the first 1 week, first of all, they get very confident with you as a business analyst. They're like, well, we are on the right path. This person is bringing information that I need. They'll sometimes even track your document for you and provide you the updates and all that. They will fix it for you sometimes because they will be so happy. Early engagement, feedback, buy-in, right? So last week there was something like, how consistently should we meet? We should meet consistently. This is when we should meet them. As early as your draft is getting ready, you got some information, meet them. Then second part, third part, see if you want to have other reviews with other critical stakeholders, other reviews. Get their feedback. Fourth, I'll definitely show it to my PM, my BA manager, or my peer, because I want to understand that minimum quality standard has been met. It is at this time I will now conduct a structured walkthrough. Now I conduct my structured walkthrough. And you know what happens when I conduct my structured walkthrough? If I have 15 people, 12 people are already on site. And when someone said, well, I don't understand that function, could you please elaborate? You didn't even have to elaborate it. This business lead jumped in and said, well, let me just explain this to you. We've already discussed this. This is what we need. This is the challenge, and this is how we'll resolve it. There we go, right? Your walkthrough is going very, very, very smoothly. But if you did not do all this early on, your biggest threat in the structured walkthrough will be your business lead. They will be the threats, first of all, because they are only going to own your document with you and become equally accountable when they have confidence in this document. And confidence comes when they have provided their feedback to you, it has been incorporated, and they are on site. So this early work that we do with our stakeholders remains the key. This is the key. This work. Okay, I think it says that, well, it's time to kind of like come back next week with this. So, right, so the idea of approval of document is to build common understanding, build consensus with our stakeholders, right? How would we do that? Early engagement, feedback from them, incorporating the feedback, having additional reviews, and never forgetting one thing, that I want to show this document to my PM, my BA lead, before I jump in and start presenting it to all my audiences, right? So that early engagement has remained the key. It has saved me so many times. It has saved my bosses so many times. You go into critical meetings, right? In 2007, we were doing one of the biggest conversions in RBC, and one of the in one of the meetings, there were so many questions that were being asked, and nothing. Actually, we couldn't even move to the next step in 2 hours. I think it was such a grand failure that, and it was everything is a rush order, but it's very important to build estimates, incorporate time to do it right in the work that we do, right? It's very, very, very important. So what I'll do is I'm going to stop here, folks. Next week, we're going to take a look at those two very interesting topics. Actually, one of them I really, really like, prioritization. I personally feel constraints on projects. There is no project in the world where there are no constraints. Constraints on projects, overcome them by ranking your requirements with your stakeholders. And what are some of the cool techniques that are being used to prioritize in predictive projects and also in adaptive projects. So we're going to talk about that next week. But what I'll do is I'll take some questions. I'll hear some feedback from you. What did you guys think about the session? Did it make sense? Are there any questions? Let's hear it from you. And then we wrap up the session.
No, I'm good. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I also do not have any questions. I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed this session. It has underscored a lot of the best practices that we're already doing and kind of highlighted some of the benefits of some of the practices that we could improve.
Awesome. So that sounds great. I'm glad that when we are here, now that we are here 9 to 5 every Wednesday for 3 more days, why not have discussions that will yield value for all of us, me, you, everyone, right? Organization. All right, let's hear it from others. What do you guys think? 2 seconds each, 5 seconds each, 10 seconds each. Doesn't take long. Come on, guys. Let's do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for the session today, and yeah, I don't really have any questions right now, but yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and it's been like I've got an explanation for most of the questions throughout the course, so I'll look forward to the next session as well.
Awesome. All right. So if there are any other person who wants to add something, so otherwise we'll call it a day for all of us. I know it's a long day, but there is no other way out. We got to cover the course, right? So, okay. All right. So good. So let's call it a day, and we will see you next Wednesday. We'll start with one topic which I feel is extremely important, prioritization of requirement. We'll start from there, and then we will go to the other topic, assessing changes, and then we'll move on to a very interesting topic or knowledge area called strategy analysis. You may not be there yet, but just to think about that idea about why are you working on a certain project? Why did organization decide to start your project? For me, it was eye-opening to see that lesson and see things like current state and what we think about current state and what current state analysis could be and become. That's what is there in that lesson. Hopefully, we'll uncover most of the ideas there. Very, very interesting lesson. And yeah, we'll see you next week.
I have one question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Where can we find the test case or the exam that you mentioned?
Oh, so it's going to come from our team, right? You will receive it from our team. Today, it will come tomorrow to everyone. So I've already let them know if it is, they're not going to send it today, it will be tomorrow. So for the week for you to take a look at it if you have time, right?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought, that it will be beneficial if some of you wanted to take the certification path just to attempt some practice test and see how you feel. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful week and the weekend, and see you next week on Wednesday.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
As
guys.
well.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.